chasing clouds and thunder. Colonial Heights calls him the storm hunter. Moderate Motley with his camera in hand. Vegeta hairline, but he's still the man. Tornadoes spin, lightning cracks. He streams it live, there's no looking back. Moderate Motley, storm chaser king. Hairline high, but he's owning that thing. Live from Virginia, he's out in the fray. Moderate Motley, streaming all day. Windshield wipers slap like a drummer in a band. Storms roll in, he's got the upper hand. Balding or not, he's fearless and loud. Moderate Motley stands out in the crowd. Cyclone swirl, the rain won't quit, but he's out there laughing, doesn't give a bit. Hairline like Vegeta, but let's get real. It's the size of his courage that seals the deal. Moderate Motley, storm chaser king. Hairline high, but he's owning that thing. Live from Virginia, he's out in the fray. Moderate Motley, streaming all day. Racing down the highway, chasing clouds and thunder. Colonial Heights calls him the storm.
Should be a way to mute this thing. Shut up, song. Alright, mic check. Can y'all hear me? Mic check, mic check. Hopefully y'all can hear me just fine. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Oh man. Give me a second, guys. I'm getting gas, but for some reason, as I'm filling up, the gas just stops. Like at $14, my gas tank was completely on E. So either I don't have money in there, or it just glitched. So give me a second. Let me see if I can. I'm trying to put about like $40 in here. Hopefully that'll get me filled up, but with $4 a gallon, I don't know if that's going to get me anywhere on this CRV. I went to go click it and it was going slow. It was like pumping slow. Here, you good? All right, sweet. Give me 1 second. Let me stop this pump in a minute. Oh, that's crazy, guys. I mean, I guess it's no secret to a lot of y'all, but $40 don't even get you. $40 doesn't even get you 10 gallons of regular fuel. Not even premium, regular fuel. But I got over 3/4 of a tank. I think we're gonna be good. Let me take attendance real quick. Let's see who's up in here. I see there's 36 of y'all watching so far. There's only 34 likes. Don't forget to smash those like buttons, guys. I appreciate it so much if you will do that for me. I know we don't got a big day or anything, but there could be something here. So let's get this out in the algorithm. I see CG was in the chat. What's up? Christy, Angela, Christopher, Andy, Chris Brinker from PA Storm Trackers. What's up? Storm Chaser Noah. What's up, Noah? I'm sure a lot of y'all know who Noah is. Andy. Maybe I'm calling the same names again. I don't know. Chris, what's going on? Mia, what's going on? Hallwin, what's up? Anybody else I'm missing? Susan, what's going on? I know I heard the Honda key beep. Exactly. Jacqueline, what's going on? You subscribed. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Yeah, guys, if you have anybody in Virginia today, or even like northern parts of North Carolina that could be in the risk zone, I know it's, let me just go over it real quick. It's really just a marginal risk threat in pretty much all of Virginia and portions of Maryland, West Virginia, and North Carolina, I believe, northern North Carolina to central North Carolina, maybe. I had to look at the outlook again. The last I looked at was this morning, like early this morning, and I started getting everything prepared for the chase. It's just a marginal risk day, level 1. So usually we don't go live on marginal risk days on this channel unless something severe warn pops up already nearby. Then I will leave, you know, work or whatever I'm doing to go out and chase the day because there's a severe threat, or a severe warned storm nearby. So I know it looks a little crazy because you look at the radar, you don't see anything at all, which worries me a bit because, again, we've already started everything. We've already got everything loaded up, ready to go. And this almost reminds me, guys, if you pay attention to this almost reminds me of the moderate risk day we chased back in March in Virginia. That was a moderate risk day in Virginia. Really rare for us to see, you know, here in several years. And if you notice what happened that day, nothing really happened at all. And if you look at the pattern, what did the skies look like on that day? Well, the skies look like what we're looking at right now. Just a bunch of slop. A bunch of, this ain't really what you could consider like sloppy convection or anything, but there's just too much cloud cover. So we have a bit of an overcast that is keeping the sun from basically heating up the atmosphere and priming it for, you know, severe storms. And there's a whole lot of other stuff that goes into it that could still be there, that could still exist as the day goes on. But as of right now, and as of this morning, I have not seen the sun pop out one bit. And I know from living in Virginia and chasing storms for multiple years here in VA, one of the things that really makes the difference is that I've seen with my own experience. I'm not just saying this is science or this is a fact, but just in my experience, is that anytime we have the busts on marginal days, it's with overcast. Anytime we have marginal risk days that overperform to, say, like a slight risk day, or just something really blowing up and being super fun to chase and, you know, something photogenic, that happens on days where we have sunlight for most of the day. Here it is 3 o'clock. We're almost at peak daylight heating here in VA. We have a window between like 3 and 6 o'clock for that peak heating to happen. And if the sun does not peek through these clouds at any point, it could, you know, the day could bust. So it's just something to keep in mind. We don't have any super. Should I pick up the hitchhiker? He was putting his thumb out. I was wondering if I should pick him up. He could be our ride along for the day. So again, I know a lot of y'all, including myself, don't have a whole lot of high hopes for marginal risk days. The reason why we're really out here without anything going on and my confidence level being so low for the day of anything severe happening is because of the 2% tornado risk that the SPC does have outlined for the day. So I want to be out here for that. Say if we do get something that kicks up, I don't want to sit this out in case something does, obviously pop up. I just realized it's not keeping my Radar Omega uploaded. There we go. That should be good now. Wait a minute, let me check my Radar Omega feed, because it seems like my Radar Omega feed is not running. Oh, it is running. All right. Anyway, okay. So back to what I was saying. So I want to be out here in case something does kick off. We have just enough shear, we have just enough cape that if a storm does develop and obviously becomes healthy, even if it's a small storm, there will be some rotation involved. It doesn't mean it's going to spin up a tornado. Just because you have a rotating wall cloud, not wall cloud, just because you have a rotating thunderstorm does not mean you're going to have a tornado happen. But just to be out here in case a rotating thunderstorm, if it does produce, that we could end up having something, on the string, or have some kind of coverage. Now, I'm not the only person out here, so that kind of reinforces it for me, because I have noticed that I'm looking at if I look at Spotter Network, there's a couple storm spotters in Virginia. There's actually multiple storm spotters, not even just on Radar Omega, but in the Spotter Network. But there's many storm spotters that are out here today that are preparing for this in case something does happen, right? It's just a matter of time before VA gets their fair share of severe weather. Any of y'all that lived here would have known already how it is here in VA. Sometimes things underperform, and sometimes things overperform, and there's really no middle ground. It's really not like ever accurate. But during or around this time, there is a day where we usually get crazy severe weather. And how that moderate day that we should be on our toes at all times on days like today, even if it's a marginal threat. Thanks for the copyright. I like the car though, sweet. So that's why I decided to take the day off of work today, sponsored or not sponsored, making money or no money, it doesn't matter. I wanted to be out here today for the public safety reason. For the potential of, if anything went down, we would be out here to provide real-time in-field updates. So we're going to be out here for a very long time today. I think we're going to be live up until about 9 or 10 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, up until sundown. The reason why I think that is because the tornado threat extends to that time, and we're going to have multiple rounds of potential thunderstorms developing up until that time. So until about 9 o'clock, there could be some rounds, even if we don't see anything on the radar now, there could be some rounds as time goes on where we could get a pop-up, our normal pop-up spring thunderstorm. And if it does pop up, we go to it, we can look for rotation. We do have a small hail risk too, nothing too incredible with that. We do have a small hail risk, and that's something to keep in mind as well. We have enough out here for me to want to stay for the whole day just in case, because I don't want to call this a bust in 2 hours from now because it's just overcast and we have nothing on radar. and then I go home, and then about 7 o'clock at night pops up some thunderstorms that are photogenic for lightning, or even a tiny little hail core or something like that we can jump into. I'm just ready to get our feet wet again on this channel. I mean, it's been a while for us, so it's like I'm just ready to get back up out here. So I hope everybody's doing good. Enough of my rambling. If anybody's got any questions for me, let me know. I'm gonna pull up in here real quick and just take a look at some radars and things. What was that beeping? Take a look at radar and things like that. And yeah, you know the deal. So we're gonna pull over for a second. Super Diane, what's going on? How are you doing? Let me catch up. If you're not out there, you won't get it. Exactly, JB. I appreciate you. How are you doing, Sean? Hope you're doing good. What's up, Kai or Kaj? What area are you targeting? Mostly Central Virginia. So here's the deal. Today we are supposed to have a ride along. Ed should be coming along. He is at work currently. So what I'm going to do, like I said, I'm going to be live for a long time. So currently what I'm going to do is I'm going to stay local. Whether it's Chesterfield, Richmond, Petersburg, Dinwiddie, these surrounding areas. Mainly any corridor or any area you see on that radar map at the bottom left, except for going as far as like New Kent or Williamsburg or Powhatan. But staying somewhere somewhat local until is if he comes along with us today, I have a surprise to show you. Well, it's not me showing you the surprise, it's him showing you the surprise. It's something I think y'all will find very unique and interesting. Angela, you probably already know what it is, so don't say anything. Or Mia, you too, don't say anything. Don't give no hints or nothing. But it should be something unique and interesting. Not really weather related, but it could be weather related if something happens. You will see when that time comes. But so that's what we plan on doing today. Plan on waiting for him. He gives the okay. He comes along. And then my screen went black for a moment. And then we will find a new target from there, whether we have to go further north into Virginia, whether we have to go to North Carolina. Like, we don't know yet. We're just going to play it as ear as time goes on, because when I was looking at the HRRR that had so much convection popping up, we had some storms, some supercell storms popping up on the HRRR 3 hours ago that I was looking at. That was scheduled to be in this area by 20Z. 20Z is 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And here it is 3:25, and we don't see anything on the map. But like I said, I don't think any of these outlooks or these model runs were taken into account the amount of overcast we have still left here. Now, this kind of cloudy conditions doesn't necessarily get in the way of the dew points too much, or the temperature. You know, to me, I know how Virginia operates when it comes to this weather, and on a marginal day, we really need that sun. We really need that sun to be baking the ground to create more instability. We have Cape. I think it's between like 600 and 1,000 here in VA today, depending on some factors. And what is going on with my feed? Why does my feed keep going black? Noah says, wanted to pop in quick before I go into work. If you're still live around 5, I'll stop back in. Have a good chase. All right, brother. Hope you're doing good. Hope you have a good day at work. Appreciate your help earlier. Noah's been helping me with some stuff in the background, guys. He's another storm chaser. You can go check his channel out. But he's been helping me with some stuff in the background. I think we're going to have a little bit of a extra surprise in the future on this channel if the things that me and him are working on in the background pan out. So we're working on that. But yeah. Is anybody seeing my thing is like glitching? My live feed goes in and out. But yeah, I see there's 70 of y'all in here so far. There's 76 likes. Usually before we hit 60 minutes on the broadcast, I like to get to at least 100 likes on the stream. And after that, I usually don't bother people about liking the stream too much. The first 100 likes, or the first lump sum of likes, I can't speak today. First lump sum of likes really help to push this content out there on YouTube within the first few minutes or to the first hour or whatever. So that's just a general thumb I like to go off of. I don't know if it really holds any weight, but it's something that I learned in the past, and it seems to help this channel. Is if we get like 100 likes before an hour, we can really reach a bigger audience. So I would appreciate if any of y'all smash that like button. That would be awesome. Let's see something real quick. Nightbot is not going to... Here's the thing. My moderators really ain't going to time you out for using all caps unless you're spamming. But Nightbot, he thinks he wears the gauntlet or something. The Thanos gauntlet. He thinks he's got the Infinity Stones. Nightbot is on another level. It's alright, C-Dell. It's good. TV Media Action News says they evacuated towns near me for flooding. Where are you at currently? That makes 3 dips to black. Yeah, Justin, what is going on with that? Also, Justin, I do want to appreciate you so much. I didn't have the chance to do it because I don't think anybody ever gets my PayPal notifications. But big shout out to Justin. I know I don't have anything that shows on the screen for actually paying for my gas today. So obviously everybody knows that if I get any donations via PayPal or Cash App, I use them towards my chasing. And Justin really helped that out a lot today with his kind donation. So I appreciate you so much, Justin. As always, you're a great supporter. Really, I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff without your help. Like today, I wouldn't expect to be out here too long if it wasn't for extra fuel in the tank. And being that you offered some extra funds for that, I could obviously put more in the tank later and stay out here longer. So it helps more than you think. I really do appreciate it. But yeah, TV Media Action News, where are you at? You said they evacuated towns for flooding near you. Where are you at? Also, Susan says, not even a breeze here in South Central VA. No, it's very, very still air in Virginia. Very stuffy. Got a little bit of humidity. It's a little stuffy. It just feels odd. We need something. TV Media Action News says, I am near Oshkosh. I want to go cover it, but the roads are still blocked off. Going to see if I can get an escort from a sheriff buddy, though. Yeah, see what you can do. I hate acid reflux. Whew. I ate some spicy chips earlier, and I just had acid reflux when I burped. That's so bad. Oh, that's so bad. Anyway. Yeah, see what you can do, but be very careful, obviously. Don't drive through flooded roads, things like that. You know the deal. I'm sure you're not new to this. So I see there's 88 likes. 88. That's reflux got me. 88 likes on the stream so far. I appreciate you so much, everybody that's hit the like button so far. If you're just coming in, please consider doing that. I'm gonna look at these things real quick. Give me a second. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the blacking out thing. Let me see if I can do this. Oh, it won't let me do that. Why? Because I'm in desktop view? Are you serious? It's probably what it is. Give me a second. Let me get out of desktop view. Let me get out of desktop view. Yes, get out of desktop view. Let's get over here to this. Let me pull up my YouTube feed again. Do split screen, pull up Radar Omega. Okay, so there is some pop-up storms that are going on near Farmville. Nothing big. I'm talking about very small storms. Let's look at Ecotops. Very small storms. 16,000 foot tops. But they're just now getting started. I don't know how sunny it is over that direction, but hopefully there's some sunlight over there. Not much of an overcast as like it is here, but I'm pretty sure this whole thing is blanketing the entire Virginia. But we'll see what happens by the time it gets here. But y'all can't see it on the radar at the bottom left of the screen, but soon we will have something popping up. I believe we will. Even if it's just a rain shower, we'll see what happens. So that was Ecotops I looked at. We had 16,000 foot tops. Yeah, we got some storm spotters out here, so maybe I'm not the only idiot that thinks something's gonna happen. What's up, Sonia? Good to see you. It's been a long time. I hope you're doing well. Always good to see Sonia. One of the best moderators I could ever ask for. You too, Christopher. I'm sorry I didn't give you that kind of greeting, but I see you all the time. We don't see Sonia all the time. I'm stuffing my face with pie that I shouldn't be eating. Diane, it's okay. It's all right. Pie is okay. Yeah, it's dangerous. 15 feet in some areas. Manhole covers are off, and you can still see where they are. Yeah, that is insane. Or you can't see where they are. Yeah. C-Del says, get you some apple cider vinegar. Put it in cold water. Take it. Fixes heartburn. I usually don't have heartburn too much. Just sometimes if I'll get like talking like this, and I didn't drink much water because I eat a lot of spicy food. So with me eating so much spicy food earlier, I ate a spicy chicken sandwich and some spicy chips and didn't drink much water afterwards. I'm over here running my mouth so much since I've been live, and it just, when I burped, it was kind of like a hiccup burp thing, and it like came up and like felt like acid was burning my throat, but I'm good now. But I will definitely keep that apple cider trick in mind. Diane says, I just subscribed. Thank you so much, Diane. I appreciate you. Sun coming out here, Susan says, might ramp up a bit on the way to you. So, Susan, where are you at? Are you like near the Farmville area or something? That's where I'm looking at right now to see what happens. Debbie Johnson says, it could be a busy day for you. Be careful. Debbie, I will be careful. I'll do my best. I went over pretty much what I think the day's going to look like. As you can see, we have an overcast. It could kind of slow down the storm development process, but we will be here live till probably about 9 o'clock. We'll be live for a good bit of time. So I'm gonna give this day all my attention as much as possible. Let's see what we can get. What's up, Casey? How you doing? Nightbot timed out Justin. Interesting. It's great for your stomach, lots of probiotics. Yeah, I know about the mothers, like the mother style of like apple cider vinegar. I wonder if, because I know apple cider vinegar is fermented. I wonder if like white vinegar is good for the stomach too, or is it bad on the stomach? Because I don't like the taste of apple cider vinegar, but I could literally, if it wasn't for like the fact that like vinegar could kill you if you drink too much of it, I would drink a whole bottle of vinegar. I would drink absolutely the entire bottle of vinegar. That's how much I like the taste of white vinegar. Susan says, just south of Farmville. Okay, cool. And you said the sun is out over there. How much sun is out? Can you see blue skies just fine? Yeah, Justin's Nightbot's a little uptight, but I did get to read your message. And I can read it for anybody else too. Justin said to Sonia, Sonia is the best. Bravo to her. Bravo, bravo. A bunch of clapping emojis. Nightbot did not like that, but we will read it anyway because it wasn't inappropriate. TV Media News says same here. What to the apple cider or to the white vinegar? I love the taste and smell of white vinegar, guys. I don't know if I'm weird for that. I don't know if it's like something I need help with, but if it was as good as water to drink or as necessary as water to drink, I could drink it all day long. Like sometimes I just go in there and I'll grab it and I'll drink a cap full of it just for the taste of it. And I know it provides its own benefits, white vinegar does, but you can't drink too much of it, I think. It'll mess you up. Eat some dill pickles. I don't like pickles, Diane, just because I don't like cucumbers. But I do like pickled flavored chips, pickled flavored sunflower seeds, pickled flavor okra, other pickled stuff. I just don't like pickles themselves. But dill pickle flavors, I do love. Like, for example, when me and Kay, we go to Chick-fil-A, you know, they put the pickle slices on the Chick-fil-A's chicken sandwich. I pick my pickles off. I don't ask for it without pickles because I want that pickle juice taste in it. But I take the pickles off and I give them to Kay because she wants extra pickles anyway. So she gets extra pickles. I get the pickle juice taste on the patty, but no pickles for me. I could drink the pickle juice. I just don't want to chew on the pickle. No, blue skies, just trying to break up. Okay, got you. What's up, Dream? How are you doing? Welcome in. Wait, is that a funnel? Why news? Wait, what? Wait, Casey, can you repeat that again? I don't know exactly what you meant by that. I think the way you typed it, it looks odd to me. Is Koniitz V getting tornadoes? Can you type that out again? Just so I know I'm giving you the right information. Diane, I think it's a texture thing. All right, let's get moving a little bit. Let's just get driving. Guys, we are 94 likes on the broadcast. If y'all would, please, anybody who's just coming in, don't forget to smash the like button. Let's get us to 100 likes. We haven't even been live an hour. If we can get 100 likes, that will reach our goal of 100 likes within the first hour. That'll really help the channel out as far as getting out there and getting engagement. If something were to happen today, it's important to get as many eyes on this channel as possible. Guys, I mean, y'all know me. I'm not like the moneymaker storm chaser over here. I don't send any pictures or anything like that out to media broadcast stations and get paid for it. You know, I don't get paid for filming tornadoes. This is all a hobby for me, but as well as providing you know, public safety and updates and things like that. Also, I'm not monetized here on YouTube, so just because I'm asking to get more people in the stream does not do anything for me, except for getting more eyes on this channel, so that way in the future or even today we can get more more information out to more people. But with this channel, since we're not monetized, we don't get the more people that sit in the chat, the more people that we have subscribing, things like that, does not amount to any more money to me because I'm not monetized on the channel. The only money I ever see from this kind of hobby is through donations via PayPal or Cash App. That's the only thing I see as far as money, unless I'm sponsored on a certain day too. I don't get many sponsorship days because here in Virginia we don't see a whole lot of severe weather that is up to like sponsorship standards. But I still have a sponsorship with Radar Omega on days that I do chase that are very, very severe or hold enough of a risk threat. I will have that day sponsored. But today's just not one of those days. A marginal risk day with a 2% tornado risk is not enough of a threat for Radar Omega to pay me for it, basically. So we're out here today just purely for just in case, and just for fun, basically. What makes YouTube monetize you? Watch hours, a certain amount of subscribers, that kind of thing. But on this channel, I have met all the requirements and I'm eligible for monetization, but I have not been accepted into the monetization program because of my address, and I cannot change the address in my account. It won't let you do that. I've tried to reach out to support over the past year and a half, got nothing back from YouTube. By the way, guys, I love the YouTube platform, I do, but AdSense is who pays people on YouTube. AdSense is the people who pay the people who are monetized on YouTube. And AdSense is accompanied by Google. I also like Google. I own a Google Pixel phone. I think they are the best phones on the market. But Google as a company itself is garbage. The reason why I say that is because I've been trying to reach out to Google for over a year now to get them to change my address so I can start getting paid and offer memberships and super chats and ad revenue and things like that on this channel, so that way we can get further into the possibility of becoming full-time chasers. That's what I want to do with my life. You know what I mean? And Google was just kind of like, oh, well, you have the wrong address. No, I don't have the wrong address because I have other companies with my same address. And Dominion Power doesn't have an issue with billing me their stuff. Nowhere else have ever has an issue sending mail to my address. But for some reason, Google says we cannot send you the PIN number to verify your address because your address doesn't exist, basically. What do you mean it doesn't exist? I get mail here all the time. And I've been trying to find a way to contact them. I've contacted them through Twitter, and they don't really reply. I've tried to contact admins through YouTube and on Google through email. Have gotten nothing back. So I don't see this channel ever being monetized. So if I'm ever going to go full-time with this as a career, it will mainly just be off of, like, I'm going to have to find a way to, like, I guess, start trying to film tornadoes or severe weather for, like, brokerage accounts. That's not something I really wanted to get into too much, because I would like to consider myself somewhat of a medium between storm chaser and storm spotter. I like just being out here, not for the money, but for the public service. And that I love weather, obviously. But if I want to do this for a living, I obviously have to, like, make some income too. Luckily, I have a job right now, so I don't need to worry about that at the moment. But if I ever want to go further with this in the future and go chase these big days in, like, Oklahoma and Kansas, and go places like Ohio and North Dakota, things like, if I want to go places like this, like, I have to be able to get paid on here first to be able to go that far. Now, we already can go as far as, like, Tennessee, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, you know, Maryland, places that y'all seen me go on this channel before, because those places are like 4 or 5 hours away. No big deal. If the threat's big enough, we will make the drive out there and prepare for it. But if anybody's talking about me taking off a week off of work to go out to the plains and have to buy hotels and things like that, and take off time from work and not get paid on here, then I'm going to go broke very quickly. So that's just been a struggle with my channel lately, as far as, like, what I'm going to do with this and how far it's going to actually go and what it's actually going to amount to. Well, we'll see. Hopefully things will change. That's another thing too. Like, if they won't allow me to change my address in the app, in YouTube monetization program, if I can't change my address to something new, because here's what I was going to do. I was going to change it to my mom's address, since my mom doesn't live in an apartment, and see if the letter from Google would get sent there. And then I would just verify my account, and then boom, I'm monetized. But they won't let me change my address. So what happens now if I decide to move in a year from now? Or if I get evicted from my apartment? What if any of these things come up? Am I, like, or in 10 or 15 years from now, I end up moving somewhere like Oklahoma or like Arkansas or something, right? What happens now? I still can't change my address in Google, and they're going to continue sending me Google and YouTube stuff to my current address where I'm at now, but I've moved already. Like, the whole process to me, the whole thing makes absolutely no sense. None of it makes sense to me. And I can't figure it out. I can't get a hold of customer support. It's just been something that's been like really daunting for a while now. It's like, I don't know. Music City, what's up? Tuning in from Nashville. What's up, Pitbull Dad? How you doing? My sperm donor ex lived in Petersburg for a bit, LOL. That's interesting. We're gonna try up here a little further north, like towards Richmond a little bit. As y'all can see, the little blip that popped up over here to our left is going through Amelia Courthouse area. By the time it gets to the North Chesterfield area and I get there, maybe we might have something a little bit bigger. We'll see what happens. I appreciate your kind words, Music City. Hope you're staying safe today. Hope you're doing good. I know that Nashville's seen some fair share of weather the past couple of days. I hope you're safe. I hope your family's safe. What's up, Jared? How you doing, dude? D-San says, hey, from Richmond. What's going on, D-San? I'm going to be heading up your direction, I think, right now. I was going to wait for my ride-along, Ed, to possibly come on, but I don't know if he's going to come or not. Diane, Sonya mods for like everybody, yes. I think Tanner is one of them. But Sonya basically mods for just about any storm chaser you can think of. Don't honk at me, I'm going. I'll win as soon as the light turns green. Actually, I just got a location update from Ed. Let me pull over and send him a quick text, guys, and see if he's ready. Or just let me just get an update from him. I don't want to get too far down here, especially get to Richmond, and he's like, "Hey, I'm ready," and I have to turn all the way back around and come to Petersburg because he wants to be out. I think he wants to be out here today. So we're gonna link up with. Well, I'm gonna pull over somewhere and try to link up with Ed real quick and see what he says as far as a message. Yeah, we'll see what he says. Where do I pull over at? Over here, there used to be like a gravel spot I could pull into, but now it's just, they're doing all this construction. We'll just pull like this. Look at this interesting car in front of us. Look like something out of a cereal box. All right, give me a second. Let me text him real quick. Send this message to Ed. One moment, guys. Let me see if the mic will work like this. Let's see. All right, I sent him a text. We're gonna see what he says. NS Girl 44, thanks for subscribing. I appreciate you. Let's see how many likes we're at now. All right, we're at 111 likes. I appreciate everybody so much for smashing that like button so far. We are still, I think, within we're still like what, under an hour that we've been live. I think we've only been live for 30 some minutes, and we've already hit 111 likes. I do appreciate it so much. Thanks, guys. That's awesome. We usually like to hit 100 likes before the first hour, and we've exceeded that by far, so I appreciate it. C-Del, yeah, a mod is a moderator. Somebody that basically is like the hall monitor of our stream. Our neighborhood watch. Our supervisors. Making sure everybody stays in line. Nobody uses too much foul language. Foul language from time to time, I don't care too much about. I really leave that up to the mods if they think it's too vulgar, too nasty, too inappropriate for the amount of viewers. I like to let my moderators pick and choose whether they think something needs to be timed out or not. I know some moderators are stricter than others, but I like to keep this channel family friendly for the most part, because I know I have like children watching sometimes, and like whole families, and people keep me up on the TVs in their houses sometimes when I'm live streaming big days. I try to keep it as family friendly as possible, but at the same time, things do happen, right? I've been hit with debris in this car. I've seen crazy things on the stream where I'm just been like, and say bad words. Or like my ride-alongs will sometimes use bad words on accident, and I don't like. I'm not going to go take like a bar of soap, like Dial soap, and start chewing on it or something. Like, we're all human, but I try to keep it as family friendly as possible. So moderators are here to enforce rules, basically. Biddy says Dylan has good mods. Yeah, we also have Rich too. Some of y'all might be familiar with Rich. Rich is a head moderator for Brandon Kopic. I know a lot of y'all know who Brandon Kopic is. He's one of the biggest chasers out there, if not the biggest chaser out there right now. So Rich is used to modding for Brandon Kopic, who has upwards of 10,000 people concurrent watching him. In this channel like this, where we have on average like 25 to 300, this is light work for Rich. It's a walk in the park for him. But yes, I have some very experienced moderators that have been doing this for a long time on other people's channels. Diane says Rich equals trouble. He's alright. He's a good guy. I wouldn't pick him if he wasn't. But he's definitely one of our stricter mods. So if you see Rich in the chat, you gotta be on your best behavior. I don't think he's gonna be in here today, but you gotta be on your best behavior if you see him in the chat. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, so I asked Ed if he was ready to go. He says, I still want to. I just filled up on gas, but he's got to do a few other things. If that's not a chance you want to take, then I get it, but I definitely still want to go. Let me ask him how long it's going to be. So I think Ed needs like another hour or so. I don't know yet. I'm gonna go ahead and get down the road further. He actually read my message. Let me see what he says before we make a decision. Ask him how long he needs, because he said he wants to come today. It's kind of getting cool out here, guys. I don't like this. It's about 70 degrees. Our dew points are climbing into the 60s. I don't know. I mean, it's still a chance. I just don't like this overcast. I really don't like this overcast. Sonia says, Dylan, most give Rich a bad time. Really? Barbara, what's going on? Says Candace, why are they rude? I watch him some. Some people in Brandon's stream are so rude, it drives me crazy. So I don't chat in there anymore. Oh, okay. Okay, let me see. All right, so if y'all hear me just saying weird stuff, that's because I'm chatting with Ed in the background. Let me turn this on for any updates. We really only use the talkie. We really only use the Cobra for NOAA weather radio, but we do chase sometimes with our buddy Matt, which then Matt will use his Cobra to talk back to us. So, what is this? What does it go to? Oh, I got so much stuff plugged into my car nowadays with all this technology and stuff I have to run in my car. I just don't know what cords go to what anymore. It's just a lot. We gotta plug this Cobra up. That way we are good to go on it. Okay, make sure I'm on the right channel. Boom. Okay, we're just gonna get driving a little bit here. Let me read this for a second. I like these smaller streams. Barbara, sometimes this channel isn't on the smaller side. That's the only problem. Hold on a minute. They got a tornado warning that issued in Pennsylvania. That is very interesting. There is a tornado warning in Pennsylvania, just northeast of Pittsburgh in Indiana, Pennsylvania. It is radar indicated. It looks very sloppy up there. I don't know how good this one is, actually. I don't know if I really agree with this one. There is some tight, not tight rotation, but there is some rotation there. I don't see why that's warned for a tornado, I'm gonna be honest. But if you're in that area, obviously respect the polygon and, you know, get in a safe spot. I just don't know if I agree with that one. I'm gonna be real. Somebody else can look at Radar Omega and give me a second opinion. Another tornado warning just went up in, what is this, Mississippi? Dude, what is going on right now? That looks insane. Look at this, guys. Hold on. Now that's, let me fix this. Let me fix this focus mode. Now look at that. Look at that rotation. Now that's something there that needs to be warned, obviously. But if we go up to the Pennsylvania one they just issued, right here, boom, and look at the velocities on this, there's not much there. You can see a little bit of rotation here, but I don't see enough for it to actually be warned for a tornado. We can look at storm relative velocity and see if there's something there. There's a little bit of side to side here, but still nothing to me that screams that it needs to be warned. But I don't want to downplay it. Obviously, I don't work for the NWS. But yeah, this right here looks actually crazy. There's a lot of motion there. Let's get back to regular high res velocity. Yeah, that's a lot of motion there. Kind of scary. I don't think there's anything on the ground. We can look at a different tilt option just to see. Let's look at another tilt just to see. Let's look at tilt 2. I mean, yeah, they're yeah, this is a strong storm here. It's good reflectivity. Whoa, not winter weather, dude. What are you doing? There we go. Yeah, I mean, I see a little hook there. I see a little bit of an inflow. Not really a hook, but a little bit of an inflow notch. Some hail in the storm too. Here in Mississippi. This is Bay Springs, Mississippi. I think it's Mississippi, right? Yeah, this one looks concerning, to be honest with you. Let's get back to velocities again. Yeah, let's look at the track on it, the 14 frame track. Yeah, and it just seems to get a little stronger over time, so we'll keep an eye on that. If they start to come together more, we might actually have a tornado on the ground with that. We'll see. It is a radar indicated tornado warning. I don't know if it's on the ground, so we can take a look at the CCs on it. But yeah, there's nothing. I don't think there's anything on the ground with this one, but definitely some tightening, and that could drop something soon. So if anybody knows anybody in Mississippi, let them know. Let them know. That one looks concerning. Anybody in the Heidelberg, Bay Springs area? All right, Biddy, see you later, dude. All right, let's get back to our chase. I'll keep an eye on that. They were under a flash flood discussion too. A lot of stuff will move into that area. And there's an MD that's also in Texas. Yeah. There's an MD that's just that got a a 5% probability of a watch. I don't even know why they even are issuing that MD, honestly. It says a severe potential watch unlikely. Probability of watch 5%. Very low. Very, very low. Seven 757-111. I'm currently in Chesterfield, Virginia. I'm gonna just be moving. I'm gonna just be driving around here and there, all over the place, until we get something that pops up. So far, nothing's happening. So far, nothing is popping up whatsoever. I was talking about it earlier, before the stream even got too far, that today just might be one of those days where we don't see a whole lot of anything, because we have no daylight heating going on. It's just been overcast all day, and it's obviously going to affect how these storms develop. I just don't see any sun. To me, this just looks like good fishing weather. But we're going to be here live for a while tonight, probably until about 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. So there could be. Here's the thing: if, say, nothing comes through, right? Here's the worst case scenario. Say we're live for 5 hours from now, and nothing comes through. We're just here talking and yapping, and it looks like a bust to everybody. And it goes on for, like, say, 5 hours or so, right? Let's just say it goes on for like 5 hours or so, and it's just overcast like this the entire time until about dark. Say it gets dark in like 5 hours, but this cloud coverage starts to move out of the way. Then we get some rounds of thunderstorms moving in towards the evening, right? There's still an environment here with substance that can still be taken advantage of, because we've had no rain come through. We've had nothing come through to actually eat up this environment, right? There's been no rain today yet where we're at. So if something were to pop up, it could take advantage of what's going on here. So we'll see what happens. Then again, I've talked about this when we had the moderate risk day in Virginia, and we had nothing actually happen at all. So we'll just keep our eye on everything. We are under a marginal risk day. It's nothing too crazy. It's a level 1 risk. Like I said, the reason why I'm out here is for the 2% tornado risk. That there is a 2% very, very low end chance that if a thunderstorm were to develop and become healthy, that with the amount of shear we have, it could rotate. And with rotating thunderstorms, obviously you have a chance of a brief tornado. So we'll see what happens. Susan says best case scenario, nothing happens. Exactly. But I use terms like that loosely over here in VA, because if I was in the Midwest, I wouldn't say worst case scenario, nothing happens. I wouldn't say that, because obviously storms there are much more severe than here. So the amount of people, well, I don't know. I have to refrain from saying anything like that entirely, because we have a higher population here too. So we might have less severe weather, but we have a higher population. So when any severe happens, even a low risk, any kind of severe weather happens here, more people are at risk than, like, a moderate risk day popping up in the plains, like literally in Farmville. Not Farmville, but like farms. You know what I mean? Hope it makes sense. We're gonna stay in the left lane here. What's up, Panther? Nice to see you. It's been a while. Hope you're doing good. Let's take a look back at that tornado warning in Mississippi. Oh, that thing is coming together. If anybody's looking at radar, whatever radar app you use, hopefully you're using Radar Omega. Look at the latest velocity scan on that Mississippi tornado warning. That thing is getting tight. Luckily, it doesn't look like it's going to be affecting anywhere. It looks more rural than anything. There is a town just to the east of that tornado warning, but the tornado looks like it would be moving in a southeast direction. So I think it would just miss the town, the little small town of Heidelberg. I don't know how you pronounce that. But in the ceiling, there is a place called Sandersville that it could squeeze by too. But both those little small towns definitely need to be keep an eye on this this couplet that's developing here. We'll wait for the recent scan on it to see what it looks like. Electrotornadic Storm says, Motley, did you see what happened to Storm Chaser 575? He messaged me this morning on Discord and told me that he lost his channels, which is pretty crazy. I feel bad for the dude. Cynthia Riddle says, up there where the electricity companies at across from the school, that's where my grandma used to live. Oh, really? Yeah, I used to live all around this area. Susan said no CC yet. Yeah, it's hard for me to look at them when I'm driving, but I'm kind of in traffic right now, so I'll look. Yeah, I don't see no CC yet. No CC on it. The little inflow notch that was on reflectivity that you could see before is starting to kind of disappear a little bit. So maybe the storm is kind of choking itself out with outflow. It's probably an outflow dominant storm. It's hard to say with that big slop of mess there. It's really hard to see, but there's definitely some good rotation there in tilt 1 and tilt 2. In both tilts, there's definitely some strong rotation there. So I think it definitely needs to be paid attention to for at least a little bit here. What is all this traffic? We're not going to be dealing with this traffic today. We are not going to be dealing with this traffic today. So you see all that up there, guys? We're going to get in this left lane and we're going to avoid all this. I know back roads around here. We are not going to be dealing with this traffic today. They got a green light up there, and there's just nothing but traffic. Every single car is standstill. What's up, Lugnut? It said TBS on storm east of Fayetteville. Interesting. Maybe you should find somewhere to park until 6 o'clock for your own sanity. Justin, I don't want to sit too long. I know people like to come in and just watch me drive too. I don't want to burn all the money you gave me for gas today. I want to do something with it. I'm gonna drive around. We're gonna yap. We're gonna stop every once in a while, take a look at, scans and things like that, and I'll read chat and whatnot. But yeah, we're not gonna be dealing with this bumper to bumper stuff. Definitely not gonna be dealing with this. We're gonna go these back roads. You know, Cynthia, I appreciate your kind words. I really, really do. I really, really do. And I'm glad I'm here to help you. But, you know, we all have our own fears. I'm glad I'm able to, be out here in storms to, help people with their storm anxiety. They can just watch from, watch somebody else's feed and not worry about it too much, that kind of thing. This is just, all these cars are loud. I'm glad to help you. I don't have a fear of storms or anything like that, so that's why I come out here. But one of the challenging things I find is that over the past year, I have found out I have what they call agoraphobia. If anybody knows what agoraphobia is, look that up. And that, with what I do for a living, not what I do for a living, but with what I do for this as a hobby, really don't mix very well. So it's been a struggle for me too. We all have our issues, and I want to let anybody know that's watching that if you have a fear of storms or fear of anything like that, you're not alone. not just some daredevil dude, adrenaline junkie that's out here doing this. Like, I don't necessarily fear weather in the same way as most people do. I respect it. I fear it enough to respect it, obviously, but I have other fears while I'm out here on the road doing this, where you're not the only person dealing with anxiety on the other side of the screen. You know what I mean? So I'll be here to help you as much as I can, and hopefully y'all will be. Traffic can't go there. Okay. I was gonna sit with that popo over there, but whatever. Sorry about the no connection, guys. I apologize. Y'all know how VA is, a lot of trees. Doesn't interact very well with my cell reception. But yeah, we just avoided a lot of traffic. I think we might not be out of the clear yet. We are back. Okay, good. Let me update my radar Omega location. Sorry. Okay, so that rotation out there in the tornado warning Mississippi has gotten a lot broader. That's a good thing. That's a very good thing. Trees are overrated? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Cynthia, like, I didn't know what I was having until, like, I started doing more research into it, because I had, like, a really bad, like, panic attack one time. I haven't had a panic attack since I was in high school. I usually don't deal with a lot of stuff like that, right? Like I'm usually very chill and very relaxed and always doing pretty well. But a lot of people in this channel over the couple years have, you know, used to seeing me go out by myself and go live in like rural areas and like remote areas and no problem. And then a lot lately I've been wanting ride-alongs just in case I have any of my episodes that happen, because it freaks me out. Like, I know a lot of people know what anxiety is, but some people don't know what like panic attacks are. Anxiety makes you feel uncomfortable just about all day long over a certain situation. A panic attack can just come out of nowhere and boom, it hits you and you feel like you're dying. You think the world around you is doomed. Like you think you're just done. You think that's it for you. So, and it lasts, you know, upwards of like 15, 20 minutes. And then you have an adrenaline crash because you're in fight or flight mode. You have an adrenaline crash where now it feels like you drank like 6 Red Bulls and went skydiving. So then like that kind of ruins the rest of your day there because you're just sleeping. But I didn't know what I was having because I was delivering an order late at night on 85, on Interstate 85, and I was by myself, obviously. I had no cell phone signal at all. I was watching a video on YouTube and I had like no cell phone signal, and it was like nothing but trees and a highway around, right? Nobody was driving around me, no houses, no nothing. And I remember losing signal on the phone, and I couldn't continue with the video I was watching. And I didn't know how much that video was actually helping me because it was keeping me distracted on the road, right? I wasn't really paying attention to where I was at or what was going on. But when the video stopped playing and I realized I didn't have any signal, and I'm looking around me, I'm like, there's no houses, there's nobody on the road, I'm 20 minutes away from civilization. It started freaking me out. And it made me spiral into like a crazy panic attack on the side of the highway, where I was like calling people like to come help me because I didn't know what the hell was happening to me. Like I said, I haven't experienced a panic attack, especially of that magnitude, since I was in high school. Or, no, even before high school, probably like late middle school. So then I started doing research afterwards to figure out what was happening to me that day. Was I having a heart attack? Like, was my mind just playing tricks on me? What was going on? And apparently it's something called agoraphobia. And once you have an episode like that happens, it now creates that imprint into your brain to think that every time you're on the road now, you have to fear something like that happening. So then now your brain is tricked into every time you're out by yourself or on a highway where nobody's around, things like that. Now your body your brain automatically sends you into like, hey, you remember what this feeling felt like? You're gonna feel it again because this is your fight or flight response. So basically, guys, what agoraphobia is basically the fear of being trapped, or like you can't get help like immediately in case something were to go bad, like your car breaks down, you run out of cell phone signal, health complications, things like that. That's what agoraphobia is. And I knew I always had something similar to that growing up because I never wanted to live in remote locations. I've always asked people, how the hell do people live way out in the middle of nowhere? It never made sense to me. To me, I like being around civilization. I never knew why that is. But apparently because I have somewhat of a fear in the background that I never knew about until recently, that I don't want to be in remote areas by myself. I don't like to be alone. In the case of something going wrong, whether it's car issues, health issues, or whatever the case is, right? And if I get into a situation like that, obviously, where I don't have a distraction or somebody there to my aid, it can cause me to go into a panic attack, which is not a good feeling. So, at least I found out what the source was, and I'm finding ways to overcome it or help with it. I'm not just trying to like shrug it off and go about it, and I'm damn sure not trying to let it come in between me and this channel and what I love to do. So that's why I continue to do what I'm doing, like even today. But yeah, for the most part, I try to avoid highways unless I'm with people, or I try to avoid going somewhere too remote unless I'm with people. So things like that in the future won't be an obstacle. Hopefully I get better, or hopefully I always have a team of people with me. Y'all know I have multiple ride-alongs like David, Ed, my girlfriend Kay. I have people that always reach out to me through social media that want to do ride-alongs from time to time. So if there's anywhere I need to go that's really like that, where it's like, I need Starlink because there's no signal out here, and I'm afraid to be alone, like, I can have people ride along with me and help me with that. So I fully intend on continuing this channel and what I'd love to do. It's not a problem. There's not a problem with ride-alongs. Like, Connor Croft rides along with people all the time. Reed Timmer, he's got ride-alongs all the time. Paigey and Bryce, they ride around all the time together. And this is not just a one-person job. If anything, I respect the people more who have ride-alongs, not because of what I deal with and my personal mental struggles and things like that, but because it's safer to chase with multiple people who have experience. One person can look at chat, one person can look at radar, one person can focus on the road. Having multiple people in the car is better for your chase experience and safety. It 100% is. Like when I see people like Brandon and Vince and all these guys ride by themselves, go cross country by themselves. For one, I feel like I couldn't do it because obviously I don't want to be in the car by myself in areas that they're in. But also because, like, I'm like, having that extra person there can help you with so much things, like navigation, an extra eye on radar while you're looking at the road, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, we all know how good of a chaser Brandon Copping is. Imagine how much more effective he could be if he had somebody as experienced as him, or even close to as experienced as him, in the car with him at all times to help him look at radar and that kind of thing while he focuses on driving. It's just a whole nother experience. But I'm gonna catch up to chat when I pull up here to the stoplight. Give me a second, guys. I haven't been looking at chat because I'm driving. Right now I'm kind of heading northwest a bit, just a bit, little northwest. I want to get down here where the airport is, where it's open field. I can sit and chat with people and talk, and be able to look at everything. We could probably see some airplanes taking off or something. Well, the light turned green. Let me try to see if I can briefly look at chat here a second. I do see there's 100 of y'all in here. If you wouldn't mind smashing that like button on the stream, I would appreciate it so much. Let me give a quick briefing since I can't look at chat and I can't give any updates or answer questions right now while I'm driving. I will go over what the day looks like since there is some of y'all that are probably just coming in. We're only under a marginal threat here in Virginia. I do still chase marginal risk days in Virginia. My slogan is chase everything. I try to get out here and get as much as possible. Doesn't matter if it busts or not. I'm not one of those chasers that I have to be out here making money and selling my footage to brokerage accounts or anything like that. I'm out here for the love of the game. I just like being out here and chasing anything. Even if it's a small thunderstorm, we don't see anything at all. Even if it's a rain shower, I don't care. I do what I have to do. But with that being said, we are under a marginal risk day today, which is a level 1 out of 5. It's not much at all. Not much of a threat. I usually only chase marginal days if something severe goes up in the area. But there's obviously nothing going on right now around us. We have a bit of an overcast. I was a little ashamed about that when I woke up. I thought all this stuff was going to disappear. It didn't, which could obviously slow down the development of thunderstorms for the rest of the day. I will probably be live up until about 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern time, so even after night, because there's going to be several rounds of thunderstorms that could develop over the next several hours. So I'm not just going to give up immediately. Like, we're going to be out here for a while. It'll probably be the longest marginal day I've ever chased. It'll probably be the longest bus day I've ever chased, but we're going to be out here just in case anything happens. But since nothing went severe around us and I still chose to chase today, the main reason for that is because we are still under a 2% tornado risk. Very low probability of a tornado. We have enough shear that could, if a storm did develop and stay healthy, it could rotate and could end up, causing a brief spin up tornado. There is still a chance of that. So I want to be out here just in case of something like that happening. I don't have a high confidence, like I said, especially with how the day is looking. With, like right now, we're getting a little bit of rain. But I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't start dumping. Hopefully it doesn't start dumping out here. And then we have a rain-cooled environment where storms can't develop or stay strong at all. I do want y'all to see something at least. It's been a while since we've been live on this channel, and I feel like we've just haven't done much. But on the other end of the spectrum, if nothing happens at all, that's a great thing, because then nobody has to deal with any severe weather. So that's the way I look at it too. Maybe we might have enough time at this stoplight to take a break and read chat. I know we're only about 5 minutes away from the airport over here in Chesterfield. Once we get here, I will definitely be able to take a look at chat a lot more. Over here to the left, over here on Courthouse Road, just south of Midlothian area, like Hull Street, just over here to the left, we did catch a tornado roping out on stream last year. Y'all can probably find that somewhere on my channel too. We chased a tornado warned storm all the way from Hull Street Road all the way down here to Courthouse, and when we came down this direction, we caught the back end of it because it was rain wrapped for a little bit there on the northern side of it, or the northeastern side of it. So I jumped, I just darted out in front of it as fast as I could, got south to get a clear view of it where the rain wasn't really providing a curtain in front of the tornado. And when I got down here, of course, like I said, got to see the, all right, come on, car. You were like not making up your mind. I got to get ahead of you. There we go. We ended up catching it roping out, which is a pretty cool thing to see. That's the second tornado I've actually seen on Hull Street Road in Virginia. That's odd. It's very odd. Like, it's the second tornado in the past 5 years that I've seen on Hull Street, NVA. The only other tornadoes I think we've covered on this channel in the past couple years was the tornado that happened in Corinth, Virginia, and then there was one that happened in Dinwiddie, just off of Boydton Plank Road. That one I was basically in it. That one I was basically in it. That was like before I even had 10 viewers watching me. That one happened on Boydton Plank Road, and I was like, that was a couple years back, and I went to go drive into it, but I didn't realize how rain wrapped it was, and I just got blasted with crazy RFD and heavy rain. It was not a cool experience. I could barely even see the cars in front of me with their hazard lights on. I just went ahead and parked it, and I said, let me just wait it out. But yeah, here we go. We're gonna pull right here. We are going to, I wonder if they'll let me face this way. I know some like mail trucks and stuff have to get in here. Let me see if I can do this without getting yelled at. So y'all can face the airport. I don't know if the weather is gonna really be enough to, this kind of weather is enough to make these planes decide to take off or land or anything, but no, there's a plane taking off right now, or landing, I can't tell. Right there in the distance. Oh, it's taking off. So there's a runway right in front of us. You probably can't see it, but there's a airplane taking off right now. He just lifted off the ground. It's probably about 50 feet off the ground right now. You should see it coming into view in here in a second. It looks so much smaller on the camera than it actually is. These are small airplanes. These are like private planes, guys. These are nothing like too crazy. But yeah, I mean, I thought I'd give y'all a little view or something while I look at radar and keep up with chat and things like that before we get too far into the day. Let me minimize this for a second. All right, let me catch up with the chat because it's been a while. Okay, I see Kay was in here. What's up, Kay? Hope you're doing good. I know you haven't been at work too long, but I hope everything's going well. Let me fix this focus. I know the focus is probably screwing y'all up. Maybe the focus will change now. All right, let me read this real quick. Candace says, I had an anxiety attack yesterday and hadn't had one in a long time and it wasn't fun. Yeah, I think a lot of it is like, obviously what we're dealing with in the real world these days and the food we're eating and stuff like that, like obviously isn't helping our mental health. It's odd because like 2 years ago, I would never said I was a person who struggles with mental health. You would never catch me saying something like that, but you know, here I am. You think there will be a tornado watch in West Virginia? I don't think so. I think the likelihood of a watch being issued, they might put out a. Let me see. Do they have an MD out for West Virginia yet? Let me see. Yeah, they have a watch issued out for West Virginia, portions of West Virginia. The mesoscale discussion for that area says a severe watch is unlikely. They have about a 5% on that. So I highly doubt it. I'm going to agree with them and say I highly doubt there's going to be a watch being issued for that area. It's just not enough. Okay, let's see. Panther says, I breathe heavy and freeze if I have a panic attack. That randomly appeared after I felt alone. Are you saying when you breathe heavy and you stop what you're doing, it helps you or it makes it worse? Oh, my aunt just joined in the chat. What's up, Andrea? I see you. Good afternoon to you too. Hope you're doing good. Hope all my cousins are doing good too. Yes, Andrea in the chat is my aunt. That's Mama Motley's sister. Y'all may see her one day on a storm chase with me because she's inquired with me a couple times about coming, and really the only people in our family that love severe weather is me, her, and my grandfather, which is her dad. My mom is terrified of storms, but even my mom has came with me on a storm chase before. But my aunt Andrea that's in the chat, she loves storms just as much as me. Like we get it from my grandfather, which is her dad. He used to be a storm spotter for Wakefield for a little bit. When he was about my age, he used to do storm spotting for a hobby. And I didn't even know this until I started getting into storm chasing. And he was like, "Are you serious?" And I was like, "Yeah, why?" He's like telling me about it, and I was like, "Wait, are you serious?" He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, it's so weird how things like that can run in the family. That like a passion for weather, like a grandson could take up like storm spotting and storm chasing from their grandfather without even knowing about it. It's not like he influenced me to do anything like that. But now knowing that, obviously he's been a big inspiration for me. Night Rider says there are severe thunderstorms tonight that could hit south of Petersburg. Yep, I have been looking at that. Southeastern portions of Petersburg over to like the Hampton Roads area, up in northern parts of North Carolina. That's why I said I'll be out here late tonight. I know we can call it a bust now, or we can just get comfortable. But I think I'm gonna be here for a long, long time. Andrew says, you know, I want to come when it starts getting bad. I'll drag your mom. I don't care if she's scared. Well, I was going to reach out to you on the moderate risk day, Andrea, the level 4 out of 5 that we had. That was supposed to, like, there was a 15% tornado risk in Virginia. That was like that would have been a historical day. Something that we've never seen in Virginia if that day would have panned out. I was going to reach out to you about that day because I really thought that day was going to obviously validate, but it didn't. That's a good thing. I'm so glad it didn't validate. Like, it would have been a hell of a chase. We would have seen many tornadoes that day. whatever, blah 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 blah. But I don't care. I'm just glad it didn't. I'm glad that day busted because a lot of people would have been. A lot of people would have. There would have been a lot of. Let's just say it in a nice way. There would have been a lot of casualties that day because the population in Virginia, obviously being so high, and everybody around here not being used to that kind of weather, they wouldn't really take it that seriously. Oh, just thunderstorms again? Okay. Oh, small tornadoes again? Okay, that's fine. But what the SPC and the NWS came in agreement to on that day with that moderate risk was that there was going to be strong, deadly, violent, like long track tornadoes in our forecast that day. So it was going to be a huge day. We did have 3 people in the car that day to chase, but I was going to reach out to you, Andrea, to chase. But on a day like that in the future, we are not dragging my mom out on a day like that. If we get another moderate risk day or an enhanced risk day, we're not bringing my mom out in that because she will full blown have a panic attack, and I don't want her to have to deal with that. But if it's like a slight risk day, like a level 2, and not really much of a tornado threat, just mainly a wind driven threat, we can bring her out. Like, she will be okay. I think we can talk her into it. You're not going to be in immediate danger. You're going to be fine. You're with experienced people. Like, it's okay. It's fine. You know, but like on a tornado threat day, like even today, she could come out here. A small chance of a brief spin up tornado, not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. Unless it happens, then that's another deal. But right now, she would just be sitting in the passenger seat, yapping with me right now. You know what I mean? There's levels to it, and on that moderate day, there's no way in hell I was going to invite her out here. Picking Goat Farm says, yeah, I drove through that one in Dinwiddie last year hauling horses, storm chasing country style. Yo, so wait a minute. Were you on Boynton Plank Road when that happened? Or were you like off one of the side roads of Boynton Plank? Because I was chasing that day, but I was coming from like the Westgate area in Dinwiddie, going down towards Boynton Plank, like towards McKinney. And when I was going down Boynton Plank Road, I seen on the radar that the velocities had just crossed the street dead ahead of me, and I continued to drive, and I was like, all right, the precipitation is getting crazy out here. Then I started realizing I was an RFD, and I was like, all right, I gotta chill out. I can't drive any further than this. It was not like a dangerous tornado by any means, but definitely like a little EF0 tornado. If it hit anything, if it actually hit any structures, if it was like a surveyed tornado because it damaged anything, it would probably be like an EF0 tornado. But it was definitely enough there to know that there was some change in wind direction. I was in some heavy RFD, and it was rain wrapped, and I didn't need to be there. That's the only thing I knew about it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm reading chat so slow. I'm still catching up to old chats. Hello from England. Often visit VA I have a friend in Reston. Okay, nice. I've been there before. Love it there, especially the storms. Absolutely, Andrew. I appreciate you stopping by in here, and I'm glad that I can provide some of the footage for you. Mom says saying hi real quick. Won't be able to catch much today, but wanted to hop on and say hello to everyone. Stay safe, D. All right, Mom. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing good. I love you. Johnny Luck says, where are we at? I just showed up. We are in Chesterfield County right now, about central part of Chesterfield County. We're just overlooking the Chesterfield County Airport. We're just waiting for storms to initiate. And we're also waiting for my ride along too to be ready to come. He's at work right now, but when he's ready, we'll be heading back down to the Petersburg area and grabbing him, and then we're gonna be live here for a long time. So if y'all are cool with just being comfortable and just chatting, feel free to stay. But if you want to come and see storms, there's not any storms right now. It probably won't be for a little bit. And you can just check back later or something. I don't know. But if you're here for the ride along and for the talking, or you have any questions for me as far as storm chasing or any weather related stuff that you might want to know, or anything about me, you can ask too, because we have plenty of time to talk. Cynthia says, your mom sounds like me I know your mom is proud of you for pushing through. I'll try to bring more people to your channel. Thank you so much, Cynthia. Thank you for your thank you. What did my mom say that made me or that had you say that? Let me see. Did she say anything else? Maybe not. Oh, she said you were correct about it, yeah. Raven says, I'm on the Virginia Peninsula. I totally understand the panic attacks and agoraphobia. Deep breathing and relaxation techniques help. Stay safe chasing. You're on the peninsula, so you're on the eastern shore? Is that what you mean by that? And if so, how the hell do you get from the bigger state across that big bridge, that like 10-mile bridge where there's nothing but water around you? Bridges don't scare me, but the agoraphobia thing, there's no way I'm going to be driving on a bridge with nothing around, going from the eastern shore back to the state, or from the state to the eastern shore. I've always wanted to cover the eastern shore, but the only way I see that I can get over there is on that bridge. It freaks me out. Pig and Goat Farm says, we live in McKinney, getting on the interstate as it was touching down. Okay, so you were getting on 85 when that happened. That was very close to you. If I'm thinking of the same tornado you're talking about last year, it was somewhere around this time. I think it was somewhere in May. That tornado was definitely crossing Boynton Plank and heading towards 85 before it lifted. So you were not far from me. You were about, what, 15 minutes away from me. Small world, small world. Let's see. Pump says, how big is it going to be, the tornado? Well, there's no tornado right now, and there's a very low chance of a tornado today. And if one were to happen, it's hard to say how big it's going to be. But if any tornado were to touch down in Virginia today, if a storm got organized and rotated, if we seen any tornado today, by hypothetical chance, it would be a very brief tornado, and very small. And honestly, probably not even a fully condensed tornado. We would probably see something disturbing the ground, and a lowering on a wall cloud or something like that, but probably nothing too crazy. Today is not going to be a Twister movies type of day. You know what I mean? It's just not that. We have had chases on this channel that are similar to that, but today's not going to be that day. Hope that answered your question, Pump. Electric Tornado Storm says, potential landspouts in northwestern Ohio. Special weather statement. I'm in central Ohio, so they're near me. That's awesome. If you get any pictures of that, I don't know if it's something you go out and do or anything. I know you do coverage on YouTube. I just don't know if you do like storm chasing. If that's something that you get any pictures of, feel free to send them to me. I want to check them out. Raven says, I'm in Newport News. Okay, I got you. Hey, do you have any ideas for blueprints for interceptors? Do I? No. I don't build any intercept vehicles. And I've never helped anybody build intercept vehicles. I leave that to Ryan Shepard and Reed Timmer. And I don't even think they do it. I think that they leave that to their engineers. They just have the money to do it. They say, here's the money, here's what we want to do, and they let the engineers do it. All right, Mom, I'll see you later. Andrea says that Annapolis Bay Bridge is worse in my opinion. It's so high, they have tow trucks to drive people across if they're scared. No, see, I don't care about that, Andrea, which is weird because of my fear of driving and my fear of heights. Tall bridges don't freak me out. Like, for example, I can go across the Benjamin Harrison Bridge, no problem. It doesn't really freak me out that much. That kind of thing. Is the Chesapeake Bay Bridge the one I'm talking about, Mom, where it's like 15 miles wide, not 15 miles wide, 15 miles long, of nothing but water around? Let me see if I can show you what I'm talking about. Let me pull up the radar here. This, let me put the focus on real quick. Whoa. Justin Hockey, thanks so much for subscribing. I appreciate you. This bridge right here What is that? What is that bridge? Oh, Route 13. So to get to the Eastern Shore from Virginia, you have to go across this. And obviously, as you can see, there's nothing for how many miles? I don't know how many miles exactly. Let me see something real quick. Don't I have a tool for this? It's not that tool. It's this tool, I think. Yeah, about 15 miles. So it's a 15-mile road, but it says 12 miles from that given point to that given point. Yeah, so no bueno. That's a no bueno to me. That is definitely no bueno to me. That's not what I'm trying to go across. Yes, it's 17 miles. Dude, I'm good. Yo, what's up, RDZ? I know that I see you in here a lot. You actually know a lot of stuff. Last time that I had David with me on the ride along, you were teaching us a lot of historical stuff, and we had that day happen where we didn't get any snow. We were supposed to have snow that day. We didn't get anything. What's up, James? Welcome in. So, yeah, it's pretty long. I couldn't. There's no way. There's no way I'm doing that. I'm guessing one of the cats jumped on my computer, because y'all can see the mouse hand. Look at the bottom left of my radar. Or not the bottom left of my radar, but the bottom left of my YouTube video. You can see the little radar down there. Look at the top right of the radar above New Kent. You can see the little cursor, the little hand cursor. That means one of the cats jumped up on the computer and knocked the cursor. What's up, Tanith? Nice to see you. Andre says, really not that bad. There's a store and restaurant on the bridge about halfway through. Are you serious? I didn't even know that. I did not know that. Check out the Paunch Chartrain Bridge. I hope I didn't just butcher that. Dylan, you would hate the Astoria Bridge that goes across the Columbia River on the Oregon-Washington state border at night. I freaked out so bad. Why? Is it because it's tall, or is it because it's long and like nothing around? Because I want to let y'all know, like, I have a fear of heights, but I don't have panic attacks when I get in heights. Like, I've gone on roller coasters and I've never had panic attacks. I've gone on like towers and skyscrapers, never had a panic attack. I just don't like heights, but I don't have a phobia of it. I have a phobia of driving in remote locations where nobody around and nothing around by myself. So that's the difference. If it's a tall bridge, I'll just be like, oh, this is kind of freaky. I'm really high up here, but no problem. But if it's like I start driving on this bridge and I notice that there's nothing around for like the next 15 miles, I might have to pull over and take a breath. You know what I mean? RDZ says, I'm in Colonial Heights, bro. Conjur's Neck. Y'all were chilling at Clifton behind Tussing. I'm about I remember that, or a quarter mile from you. Yep. So yeah, so you're local where I'm at. I'm surprised that we've never ran into each other in like Publix or something. I'm in Publix every day. And actually, since this channel has grown, I've had so many people run into me and be like, hey, I recognize you. I'm like, yeah, where'd you recognize me from? Oh, from so-and-so rating you the other day on YouTube. Oh, really? Yeah, I watched Storm Chasers. I never knew there was a Storm Chaser in Virginia. Or then like somebody saying, oh, I seen you in the news as a Storm Chaser. Like, I actually got a lot of people that recognize me. I was driving past Greg Adams one day, the old Fort Lee. I was driving through Hopewell, passing the military base, and I had an Indian couple pull right next to me at the stoplight, and they kept looking at me strange. And I was like, is everything good? So I rolled down the window. I was like, is something wrong with my car, guys? And they were like, no, you're that Storm Chaser. And I was like, yeah. And they were like, hey, like, you know. And I was like, well, that's interesting. Something I'm not used to. Mom says, living in fear is not living. Fear stops life more than death. my quote for the day. Thanks for that quote, Mom, but I will have to tell you, it is easier said than done. You can't just tell people that. It's easier said than done. But yes, I would love to live by that quote. It would make my life a lot easier. Looks like the sun wants to peek out through the clouds a little bit here. We'll see if anything changes. Dylan McKinney says, I'm up 288 in Short Pump. I've covered that area many times, Dylan, and actually my name is Dylan too. So I know I go by Moderate Motley, but my actual name is Dylan Motley. So we share names. It's pretty cool to see another Dylan in the chat. So if you see people saying Dylan, they're probably talking to me. So I guess from now on, if we have Dylans in the chat, just call me Motley chat. That way the Dylans in the chat don't get confused. Okay, Lugnut, I see. Yeah, that's the one I'm not trying to go across. Dylan, the first part is tall, but when it drops down and it's so long with no lights at all at night, you feel like you're going to drive off of it into the river. I would never go across it at night either. Or at night ever. Oof. All right, Christopher, I'll see you in a little bit. Guys, if you're just now coming in here, we have 175 likes on the stream. That is a lot. That's a whole lot already. We're going to be live for a long time. If you could do me a solid favor, smash the like button if you haven't already. I don't ask for money on this channel. There is an option there if you want. This channel is not monetized. I do this as a hobby, but obviously gas and fuel cost and services on the vehicle to keep us out here, and hotels in the future, stuff like that, do cost money out of my pocket. So any donations are appreciated, but they're not necessary. We don't necessarily ask for them. But if you want to help, then there is an option for that. But with that being said, let me turn this back around. Hold on. I'm trying to give you all a better view of this a little bit. Yeah. But with that being said, this channel is unmonetized, so I don't have any way of making money unless it's through donations. The only thing that I ask people to do is to help the channel out so we can get more eyes on the broadcast. And the way to do that is sharing it with anybody you know that's in Virginia that might like these kind of streams, or just hitting like on the broadcast. The more likes, the more YouTube says, hey, people like this channel. There's a reason for the like button. It works more than you know. Stick Scouts, thanks for subscribing. I appreciate it. Stormy Daniel says, I'm not sure sitting and waiting for a tornado count as chasing. Yeah, I mean, no, it really doesn't. But hey, we're just waiting for some storm initiation. I'm not waiting for a tornado, I'm waiting for a storm. But yeah, I guess it doesn't count as chasing. I guess it counts as what, sitting? Munchkin, not even tornado hunting. I think it's more like what Stormy Daniel says, tornado sitting, I guess. Since there's no precipitation going on at all, I'm gonna open up this sunroof because it is hot in this car. Called collecting locations, LOL. Yeah, consider it like Pokemon cards, right, guys? Consider it like Pokemon cards. We are putting as many pins on the map as possible, just to say we've been there. So I can say to somebody, if they ever say, hey, have you ever been to Chesterfield County Airport? And be like, yeah, I went there storm chasing one day. Oh, really? What'd you see? Airplanes. Yeah. Goat farm, I'm sure y'all want some rain down that direct. I mean, we've been in a drought for a bit. We had some rain the other day that was consistent, that helped a little bit, but we need more. What happens when you're in a drought for so long, I'm sure a lot of y'all know this, is the ground gets so dry, it becomes like, you know, really, really stiff, almost like a brick, right? Almost becomes like really solid, like a brick. If you pour water, even though a brick is porous, if you pour a lot of water on a brick, it doesn't soak in immediately, right? It kind of just pulls that up on the top of it and just kind of spreads out everywhere else, and eventually goes wherever it wants to go. And then over time, a long period of time, the water will then soak into the brick because it is still porous. But since it's so solid, it doesn't have anywhere for the water to go immediately. So even with us being in a drought, and we do get a lot of rain at some point, doesn't necessarily mean it's going to fix our drought. What it's going to do is it's going to cause concern of flooding, because all the water is just going to pull up everywhere on this hard surface until gradually it soaks in. So that's why a lot of people, they get confused when they say, like, when they hear people say, like, or like the news broadcasts and stuff like that say, during the times where we're in a drought, they'll say stuff like, like, say the meteorologist says, yeah, we have an issue, or we have a, how am I trying to say this? I'm trying to find my words here. There's a chance of flash flooding later, okay? And some people might say, how is there going to be flash flooding later with this rain we're getting if we're in a drought? Well, that's why, because we've been in a drought. The ground is so tough that all the water just collects on the top of it before it then soaks in. Exactly, Goat Farm, exactly. Yep. Cynthia says, you are excellent in talking to your viewers. I will bring as many people as I can to your channel to help you. I appreciate it more than you know. Thank you so much, Cynthia. I like when people like what I do, and I like to talk sometimes. I know when things hit the fan on this channel, some of y'all see I get really quiet. I like to focus when there's actually storms going on. I like to focus, obviously provide good updates and stuff like that, but we really don't have a whole lot of talking unless it's times like this where we sit and just wait for storms to happen. Kind of just get to yapping. Dylan says it's barely raining here right now. You're in the short pump area. That's right. You said short pump, right, Dylan? Hallwin says that's why the world needs more trees. Tree roots create channels for rainwater to run into the soil rather than run off of it. Exactly. Couldn't agree more. RDZ says all the clay in the area take time to absorb water. Water comes too fast, it rolls into the gutters. Exactly. So the area you're in right now, Sonia, are y'all also in a drought? Tracy, thanks so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. Where did my subscriber count go? Oh, there it is. Dang, we've already reached 4,300. We just crossed the 4,300 mark of subscribers. Appreciate everybody so much. I can't get my thing to pull up for some reason. There we go. Yes. Okay. So last month, during that big risk day that we had at nighttime, I don't know if you remember, but there was a tornado warning that was issued in Short Pump. I may or may not have had something to do with that. I don't know. I have a bit of an ego sometimes, but at the same time, I'm also a little bit humble. I like to think that the National Weather Service is watching me sometimes because the timing just gets weird. That night, I was looking at a unwarned tornado on radar in Short Pump. I said, oh, there's an unwarned tornado right now, guys. I don't know why this is not tornado warned. And this is going right towards the Short Pump area. And as I was saying that, they issued the tornado warning on it. So I don't know if they were watching me and they said, oh, yeah, he got a point, let me issue this, or if it was just crazy timing. I don't know. There's a storm spider north of me in Laurel, Virginia, that is intercepting rain right now. I guess he's in a better position than we are. But I'm not looking to come out here and get a car wash. I'm looking to come out here and provide weather updates. I think I'd rather stay dry if it's not anything severe, rather than just punching into a rain shower. I think I'm gonna have a cop end up coming up to me in a minute, being like, "What are you doing, dude? You can't be parked like that." Okay, good, Sonia, good. Andrea says, "I'm so jealous. I want to live in Washington." Yeah, Andrea, Sonia, and look at the helicopter in front of us. Check out that helicopter, guys. Yeah, Andrea, Sonia, and Angela in the chat are both from Washington. What's up, Andy? What's going on? Hope you're doing well. Oh, and Trisha is from Washington State too. Interesting. What's up, Neil? What's going on? All right, let's take a look at radar again, see what we got going on. There's a storm spider to the west of us too, going towards Farmville. It is just nothing going on out there. What is happening out here today? Let me check the NWS page real quick to see if they've updated our risk. I wonder if they dropped our risk, our marginal risk. I'm curious. No, if anything, they extended it even further. So the Storm Prediction Center still has a confidence that we will see some strong thunderstorms at some point, anywhere between basically all of North Carolina, all of West Virginia, portions of Pennsylvania, all of Maryland, and all of Virginia. Or all of North Carolina, all of Virginia, all of Maryland, and all of West Virginia, and then about a quarter of the state of Pennsylvania. That outline is a lot bigger than it was before for the risk outline. So the Storm Prediction Center still thinks there's a chance that something could happen. Let's go ahead and read up on this a little bit. It says the 20Z update, the primary change with this update was the additional of an enhanced risk for portions of the Edwards Plains into South Central Texas. So Texas area got an upgrade from level 2 to level 3. So they went from a slight risk to an enhanced risk. Mainly driven by hail. It's a SIG 2 intensity, level 2 hail risk. The latest visible satellite imagery indicates an agitated boundary layer cumulus field evolving east of Fort Stockton in Crockett County. Are they going to say anything about this area or no? All right, let's just read up on our area first, because we're not in Texas. But anybody in Texas that's watching, stay safe. I'm sure there's other storm chasers out there that are chasing in Texas today. But let's see. Okay, Upper Ohio Valley into Mid-Atlantic, North Carolina. Within large-scale upper troughing over the Great Lakes Midwest, an embedded mid-level shortwave trough will move northeastward across the Mid-Atlantic this afternoon and evening, in tandem with an eastward moving surface cold front. Only modest boundary layer moisture is present across the region, with surface dew points generally in the 50s. Forecast soundings over western Pennsylvania show some low-level photograph curvature within a moist environment. Main uncertainty across the Upper Ohio Valley is the magnitude of destabilization in this area, given ongoing scattered showers and widespread cloud cover, which is what we're dealing with. Nonetheless, a couple of stronger storms could yield an isolated risk for wind damage and perhaps a brief tornado later this afternoon, especially near southeast of a weak surface low, which is in our area. Farther south, ice, which is going to be like southern parts of Virginia, more southeast, Hampton Roads area, into like North Carolina. Basically, they're saying further south, isolated wind, hail will be possible with the larger thunderstorms through the late afternoon, early evening. So I guess we'll keep paying attention for the next couple hours and just see what it does. But they still have a, okay, so wind, hail are all still on the table. It's showing right now. SPC still says hail and wind is still at, so hail is at a 2% or 5% for Virginia. We got another 5% wind-driven risk. We're still under a 2% tornado risk in Virginia. Even though they increased the risk from slight to enhanced in Texas, if you're wondering, in case any of you are wondering, it did not increase the chances of tornadoes in Texas. Texas is still only under a 2% tornado risk, just like we are in Virginia. The enhanced risk that was upgraded over there, or the enhanced risk that was upgraded from slight risk in Texas, is a hail-driven risk. Let's see. Yeah, they still have us under a marginal. I don't know. We'll be patient and see what happens. We'll keep our eye on it and see what happens. No telling. We are having more storm spotters come out here too, so just keep an eye. We'll keep an eye on it. James says, "Well, that sucks for me." Why you say that? Cynthia says the news stations could benefit from your instincts. Head to class. Where are you going to class at, Mom? Neil says, currently dropping southeast of the Jasper County tornado warning in Jasper County, Mississippi. Oh, wow. I was in here earlier covering that a little bit while I was talking about it. That couplet looked really strong there for a little bit. I'm glad you're safe out in Mississippi, because that couplet did look a little strong. It was kind of worrying me. And then it got broad over time. I didn't see anything on the ground, but I changed from tilt 1 to tilt 2 on it, and it still seemed pretty strong at those different elevations. Like it was definitely some strong rotation there. Hallwin, yes, I'm not on WeatherWise. I'm only on Radar Omega. I'm a Radar Omega sponsored chaser. So I cannot, while I'm under agreement with Radar Omega, I cannot promote or use, like on stream, other radar platforms. Not saying that any other platforms are not good ones. I just don't use them. The only one I use is Radar Omega. Which is good for me, because it's the only one I really liked this whole time. I've used many of them. It's the only one I really liked and stuck with. I know it costs a little bit of money, but in my opinion, you get what you pay for. And now we have Chaser Dashboard and everything else that makes things a lot user-friendly. Ever since using Radar Omega over the years, and I've just stuck with it, they happen to be the ones that reach out to me saying, "Hey, we could use you on our app if you want to be a sponsored chaser." So I was like, "Oh, that's awesome. That works out." So I didn't have to like uninstall an app and reinstall a different app, things like that. Like say if WeatherWise were to like contact me about a sponsorship before I got on with Radar Omega, I would have probably been like, okay, well I have to do what I got to do to to put food on the table or become a actual chaser one day. Like, so I would have to obviously download the WeatherWise app, but I'm glad Radar Omega is the one that reached out to me instead. Gabriel Parsons, yeah, I am close to the whole street. I was just talking about that earlier, how I covered on this channel. I've covered 2 tornadoes on the whole street area. We actually watched one rope out not far from here, not long ago either. Sometime last year. Neil says rotation came right over us. That's insane. I'm glad y'all are safe. C Med says, are you on Spotter Network? I'm not on Spotter Network. I never joined Spotter Network. I'm sorry for the blurriness. There's rain that was popping up on the thing here. Let me adjust this focus for y'all so you don't have to see that again. You're welcome, Holland. Do you pay for rapid sweep on Radar Omega? I love it. I do, Noah. I do. It's a lot faster. Obviously, with chasing, you already know this, Noah. You're a fellow chaser. It's just better to get those quick updates, those faster updates. RDZ says, Radar Scope Pro or Radar Omega for the win? I've never tried Radar Scope before. But yes, definitely Radar Omega for the win. What's up, Anxiety Art Adventures? Welcome in here. It's been a while. Nice seeing you. Guys, we're almost at 200 likes on the broadcast. If y'all would consider hitting the like button, help us get out here to more people. As y'all can see, I've been telling y'all for a while that if we get to 100 likes, it would help the algorithm push us out here a little further. Get more eyes on the stream just in case anything were to happen today. And y'all can see it's working. So I don't know if it actually works, guys. I just like to talk about stuff like that because it makes me seem like a YouTuber. We're gonna just drive a little bit. I'm getting bored sitting still. So if I don't get to chat while I'm driving, don't mind me. I'm a little scared we're about to run into a rain-cooled atmosphere here, guys. We're gonna get some showers and it's gonna cool down the environment too much. I mean, I just watched the temperatures drop since this little bit of drizzle from 71 to 69 within a matter of minutes. Just kind of worrying me for the development of thunderstorms, but we're hoping that nothing really severe happens too much anyway. So either way, I'm cool with the outcome. We either get storms on this channel today and we get to have some content, or we get nothing happening at all and people just can go about their everyday life, you know, not having to worry about cleaning up their yard or something. Sorry, chat. I gotta remember sometimes that I'm not a fish. I gotta drink the water instead of inhaling it. Look, guys, I got fishing poles back here right now. Me and Kay went fishing the past couple weeks, catching some big gnarly fish lately. I do bass fishing, largemouth bass fishing. We caught some big ones last week, so I've just been keeping them in the truck just for, you know, future things. But they might have a permanent spot there. I don't know yet. Who knows? We could park this thing somewhere today and go fishing if nothing pans out. I'm like going way under the speed limit or something. I got cars all behind me like a parade. So I'm gonna speed up a little bit. I seen Gabriel on Discord just messaged and said, "You're so close to where I am." Well, if you ever see me pass by, just take a picture. Or like wave outside, I'll honk at you or something. I've stopped many times and like greeted viewers before. I've actually built relationships with people that are reviewers. Like, a lot of y'all know who Matt Dole is. He actually chases on this channel with us sometimes. I met him out here chasing one day. He was watching me on here and we met up and developed a friendship. Started chasing ever since. He only chases big days though. He has his own business that he runs that's obviously very busy, so he can't just take off work to come out here and chase marginal days, like low risk days like I'm doing. I just do it for fun. But slight risk days are higher, or like 5% tornado days are higher, he'll come out here with me and chase. That'll be who y'all hear in the future. If you ever hear somebody on the radio talking with me, that'll be who that is. It's Matt. Are we gonna lose signal back through here? I don't know how much trees it is back through here. That's not that much. I don't think we're gonna lose the signal so much. Your coughing made me cough. It's contagious. Larva Travel says, where are you fishing at? I have secrets, dude. I can't tell everybody everything, but I will tell you one good place that is public that we did go catch a big fish at. We caught like a 3.5 pound bass the other day, and Kay actually caught the biggest fish of the day after that. Or no, the week after that. We caught a fish, or she caught a fish that was about 2 pounds. So I caught a 3.5 largemouth. She caught about a 2 pound largemouth. Within a week of each other at the same exact place, and that was out at a place called Waterside at Ironbridge, off of Ironbridge Road in Chesterfield. And it's a apartment complex over there that's public. It's got a public pond, or a public lake that's open to the community. I think you still have to have a fishing license though, so I wouldn't just say go there. Obviously, like, do it the right way, but that's a good place. That place I will tell you, but there's other secrets, places I can't just give away. Not just because of me gatekeeping, but also because of the fact that some of these places only I have permission to go, or only a few people have permission to go, and I can't just step on the people's toes that give me that permission. You know what I mean? Man, there's traffic everywhere for some reason. I appreciate everybody in the chat so far today for giving me 200 likes on the broadcast. That means a lot to me. We're gonna be live here for probably the next 4 or 5 hours. So 200 likes already is awesome. Thank you so much. Also consider sharing the stream to people that you know that may live in the area that could get affected today if something were to happen, or even people that you know that might like weather or these kind of coverages, like watching storm chasers or something. Just share this live with them. Even if they don't want to watch today, they'll at least know I exist, and they can tune in the future. Next time I go live, if anybody subscribes to the channel, when I go live, obviously it'll ping their phone or their desktop or whatever they're on and say I'm live during a severe weather event, and they can tune in. It keeps more people safe. Also, I do have a Discord. If anybody's a part of Discord, or anybody likes Discord, you can join the Discord server. Discord server somewhere in the chat. The link is in the chat somewhere or in the description. You can always go there and get updates about what I'm doing and when I'm going to go live, that kind of thing. That's always a good thing to have. And you can also chat with me there personally. You can reach out to me there through DMs or even through the general chat in our community and talk to me and anybody else that's in this community. I know a lot of people love having these conversations with people in chat, even if it's not weather related. And sometimes I just end the stream and people are like, oh, well, there goes a conversation. You can carry on the conversation further in Discord. So I like to look at Discord as the YouTube chat, you know, that is branched off of our live streams. That's the way I like to look at it. It's like the continuous, it's like the YouTube live chat continued on after we're live. That's the way I like to look at it. I'm gonna drive y'all through here. Back in 2018, we had a tornado, EF2, I believe, or no, it was EF3. EF3 tornado that came across Hull Street. This is back when I first started storm chasing, back in 2018. Obviously, I've always had a passion for weather, but I didn't start actually chasing until about 2017, 2018. But back in 2018, we had I think it was an EF3 tornado that came across Hull Street here, and right back. Let me show you. I'll drive behind the shopping center and then to the front of the shopping center. I'll show you all the path of this tornado. Everything's basically been rebuilt at this point, so you're not going to see like the damage or anything like that, because it's obviously, like, you know, that was almost 10 years ago. But so where y'all see this truck at up here, the tornado came right through this backyard right here. The tornado came right through this backyard right here, damaged these houses a little bit, came in the apartment complex and stuff, came ripping through here and hit this little building right here. And this building right here is the Gabe's and the Planet Fitness shopping center. And it basically split the wall that separates Planet Fitness and the Gabe's. So basically, if you walked into Gabe's, you could see the weights from Planet Fitness on the other side. So this whole area right here got basically ripped apart by a tornado back in 2018. And I think that was from a QLCS spin-up tornado. So like, if people say like QLCS spin-up tornadoes, like remnants from a hurricane, are not very powerful tornadoes, that's not actually true. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that Joplin tornado was a QLCS tornado. Some of y'all in the chat might know more about tornado history than me, and y'all can correct me on that, but I believe that Joplin EF5 was a QLCS tornado. So yes, QLCS tornadoes, quick spin up tornadoes, can still be like dangerous and big. Let's see, but this one was a spin up tornado from instead of an MCS, it was basically from the remnants of, I think it was Hurricane Florence. I believe it was Hurricane Florence. But pretty much all the cars here on the left side in the shopping center were flipped on their roofs from the tornado. Like I said, here's the Gabe's and the Planet Fitness. This little spot between the two signs right here on the right side was basically split in half. It lifted briefly. Let me show you when I get up here. It lifted briefly when it got like right here. Okay, somebody corrected me and said it was an EF2 tornado that came across Hull Street here back in 2018. So it wasn't an EF3, but it was a deadly tornado, by the way. It did kill one guy. But yeah, it lifted briefly here because I was tracking and following along with this storm. Like I said, I just started storm chasing back in that time. I wasn't doing it on YouTube or anything, so I wasn't like live streaming, but it lifted briefly here. This used to be a vape shop right here on the right side. Now it's called Ice Bar Cafe, but it used to be a vape shop. It lifted above that, came across here to where this storage shed place is, and when we take a right here, I'll show you. And we'll actually go to where like the ground zero happened, like basically where like the most destruction, where it got rated, where it got its rating from. But it came across here, across this median, hit a bunch of those buildings back there, and then we're gonna take a left here where the Old Dominion flooring was. And there's a big mulch place in the Old Dominion Floor Company. show you when we take a left here. Just give me a second. Light's red. Okay, so Michael Warren says Joplin was a discrete supercell. Okay, so Joplin was not a QLCS tornado. Okay, so this is why I like to say, hey, I don't know for sure, that some of y'all might know more about history than I do. I know that there was a very strong tornado out there on textbook that was a QLCS. I just don't know. I didn't know which one it was exactly. I thought it was Joplin, but obviously, like I said, I could be wrong. But thanks for that update there, Michael. R. Freeman says, I was up in Ashland just a couple of weeks ago, just north of Richmond. Band played a frat party at Randolph-Macon. Traffic is horrible on 95 around Richmond. Yeah, the traffic is getting so bad. Carrie Little says, college graduates happening this weekend. We are currently on 85 South heading towards Tuscaloosa for my son's college graduation. Well, be safe on the roads today. If you get impacted by any kind of weather, I think you're fine. I think you're out of it. But have a safe travel. Oh, I can't run that. I'm not running that. And the car in front of me honked at them because they were going so slow. That's why it got me stopped here. That's why it made me stop here. Whatever. It's okay. We're being patient today. Oh, so you didn't know either. You looked it up. So look up what QLCS in our past that was an EF4, EF5 that caused major damage and killed people. I don't remember exactly which one it was. I know it wasn't the Kentucky one. I know it wasn't Reno. Now I know it wasn't Joplin. It was a historical tornado that we had that wasn't very, very long ago. I would say within the past decade, that was a QLCS tornado. I wonder if anybody can look that up. I kind of want to be fact checked on it. That way I can, I know in the future. My granddad helped me chase one in Norfolk. I might start storm chasing soon, I hope. As long as you're doing it responsibly and you know you're not doing it for the wrong reasons, then I will completely support you with that, Gabrielle. We honestly need more chasers out here on the East Coast. I helped my friend Mike start up his channel and become a storm chaser out here on the coast too, but he had to soon step away from that because he might be moving. I don't know how soon he's gonna be moving, but he might be moving, which is gonna obviously put a damper on him being a chaser out here on the coast. But he chased Hurricane Aaron with me. So, and he chased other storms without me too. So we need more coverage out here. So Panther says most EF5s that I know were in 2011, 2013. I don't know what nadir I'm talking about then. There was a very strong tornado that impacted a lot of people and was a deadly tornado, and I know it was a QLCS. I'm trying to remember which one it was. That was the longest light I've ever sat in my life. All right, anyway, here we go. So, we'll take a left here. We're gonna be looking on the left-hand side here. We're gonna pull in there. This is Old Dominion flooring right here. And this place was obviously impacted really, really bad with the tornado, and I think a man inside of that place died. It used to be a different building. Y'all can fact check me on that too, but I think that used to be a different building, and then they rebuilt it after the tornado. But a man inside one of the structures collapsed over here in this area. And if we look right here at this business park right here that looks like a house, or in the right side, we're gonna turn around in their parking lot. This is basically where ground zero was. This is where the strongest of the winds were picked up. Right here in this grassy area. So like we're right here in this little grassy yard, this is where, like, if y'all look up online, the pictures, like the aerial photos of this tornado that hit here back in 2018, you can see the spinning, the vortex that it carved into the ground right here. It was insane. Right here in this front yard. Mayfield, Kentucky was in the F5, wasn't it? I don't know. But I think I said the Kentucky one, that Mayfield one. I don't think that was a QLCS. I believe that was a discrete cell that moved in. It was a nocturnal threat. That's the same one we're speaking of. Pretty sure Mayfield was the nocturnal tornado that was devastating, but I think that was a discrete cell that they were following for a while, that people had seen coming. Where people had definitely knew it was ramping up. I would like to find somewhere to take a pee break, but I don't want to get arrested either. Does anybody know any quality trees around here I can pee on? The F2 tornado that struck Ryco, Virginia is the deadliest tornado in Virginia history and tied for the 13th deadliest to hit a school in the United States, with all 13 deaths in a school. Yeah, I knew about that one. That was before my time. Well, not necessarily before my time, but yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. 1993, there was a tornado that hit Colonial Heights Walmart. Colonial Heights Walmart, well, Colonial Heights is where I live now, is where I currently live. Yeah, Colonial Heights is where I currently live. That tornado hit that Walmart in my hometown. It caused some deaths too. It caused, I think, 2 or 3 deaths inside that Walmart, and then a few others in Petersburg. But I was 1 year old when that happened, so I couldn't storm chase that day. So this is a neighborhood back here. Okay, so yeah, Michael said the Mayfield one was a supercell. Yep, correct. But yeah, I didn't think it was quite an EF5, but I knew that was a supercell, because I was following along with that one myself. I wasn't chasing there, obviously, but I was watching it like, okay, this is not looking good for them. The nocturnal threats, believe it or not, I pay attention to those more than anything. Throughout the day, I do my own stuff. Like, I have other stuff I got to do, my jobs, other things like that. But like during nighttime, when I'm not doing anything but sitting at home eating dinner, I have radar up constantly. You can ask anybody that lives with me. I have radar up constantly. Always paying attention to unwarned tornadoes, anything that's going tornadic, any supercells that may look like they could go tornadic in the future. I pay attention to all of it. So those nocturnal tornadoes, they don't go unseen for me. Unfortunately, I can't go out there and give an update about it, but right now, what I'm looking for is somewhere to pee at. I know a lot of y'all are from Virginia, but nobody knows a quality tree. Might just have to hit the Wawa. I got somewhere I can go, because I used to work over here. I worked down this way for like 7 years. I got somewhere I can go. That would be pretty cool, Panther. If you can find something like that out, you let me know. Like I said, when I was telling you earlier, I don't really get into all that stuff. I'm not an engineer or anything, but that would be crazy. Fessman says, anniversary of the 2002 EF4 and La Plata MD was the other day. Oh, I didn't even pay attention to that. What's up, Amzar? Nice to see you. Good to see you in here, as always. Hope you're doing good. Hope the weather is nice where you're at. The weather is pretty much nice where we're at, too. Not really a whole lot happening. We do got some pop-up storms happening over here in Amelia. We're not far from that. As y'all can see, the radar on our left of the stream, you can see the radar on the bottom left. We are starting to have some convection pop up. The air is really cool now, though, compared to earlier, and not as moist. So I don't know what that's going to mean for us just yet. But we'll see what these storms do. I think earlier I told y'all I went from 71 to 69 degrees Fahrenheit. Now we're at about 67 to 68 degrees Fahrenheit. So it's definitely cooling off a bit. But I don't feel, if I'm gonna be honest, I don't feel that the atmosphere is or our environment is compromised, because we didn't have a whole lot moving in earlier to really mess with that. So overcast or not, we still have a chance. Noah says, look like you have some activity starting on the West Virginia VA border. The problem with those, Noah, is it'll take hours for those to get here. On the East Coast, we have very fast moving storms compared to, like, you know, where everybody else is used to chasing 30-mile-an-hour storms. Our storms move like 40 to 60 miles an hour. We have fast moving storms. Once they hit east of the mountains, of the Appalachian Mountains, anything east of that, they start to move very quickly towards the coast. So it will take a couple hours for them to get here, but I will be live till probably sundown or after sundown, depending on what actually happens and how organized those storms become. I will definitely be paying attention. I don't plan on ending the live stream anytime soon, but as of right now, since we're here and we don't want to wait hours and hours and hours, we're going to see what these little pop-up storms do over here in Amelia. But right now, my main focus is the precipitation I'm about to release from myself. I gotta hit the woods for a second, guys. Feels like I'm going to work like I did for 7 years. I used to work over here on the right-hand side, right when we're about to get to the top of this hill. And I used to park right here on the left-hand side where this curve is. I worked here for 7 years at this granite shop. I just honked to my old boss and my friend Steven. Steven knows I storm chase, so he's probably not surprised to see me riding around right now. Steven, if you're in this chat or in this YouTube feed, if you can step away from Paul for a little bit, I can stop by and say what's up to you. I just don't want to go over there with him. You know what I mean. This sign says, keep out. Like, straight up keep out. Problem is, I think this is a Boar's Head factory. I think it is. But I used to fish back here. Anybody want to know one of my other fishing secrets? This is a place I used to fish for a long time. This is one of my old secret spots. Dude, what if I caught a fish right now on live stream? What if we did that? What if we actually caught a fish on live stream? Should we try, chat? Let me know if we should try to catch a fish. I have my poles in the car. If no, we'll continue on. I'm not trying to make this a fishing stream, but there's nothing going on right now. Just let me know what y'all say. Let me see. So you haven't fished here in a while?
I don't know how to shout. Hell, I fished a little bit this year, but you know, all the fucking Texas shit's going on right now. I try not to.
Yeah, I got bit by one the other day fishing, but it was luckily it wasn't one of those Lone Star ticks with the white dot. It was just a regular deer tick. I pulled it right off of me. I felt an itch. It was only like 2 hours on me, so I was like, "That's fine." It left a mark like up here, but it didn't do anything to me.
If it starts looking like a bullseye, it's loud. My brother had that shit when he was younger.
I mean, is it good? You think?
I don't know how to do it, bro. I mean, I don't see anything because it actually looks like a fucking bullseye. It's like a bruise. You know, I didn't get that.
But like I think the Lime disease ones are with the Lone Star ticks with the white dot on them. I didn't even want to look at it. I felt that.
That's what I thought, but I've been watching videos that said that the deer ticks are the ones that got the Lyme disease. I was like, fuck, I can't remember. All I know is I got fucking 2 cans of fucking bug spray in my shit.
That you keep on you.
Yeah, like my kids, we go out, fucking, we're gonna pony pasture a lot. I'm up here right now.
Yeah. Oh, really? You're not way out in the 6 anymore?
Nah, man. Life likes to play jokes on you and shit. So
I know how that is.
yeah.
Let me go ahead and lock all this. I'm trying to throw a line in real quick. Do you have a pole on you? I got. Huh?
Like 5 or 6 poles.
Okay, I was gonna say I have an extra one in here. Guys, we're gonna see if we're gonna catch a fish. I'm sorry if y'all don't want to see it, but I'm only gonna try this for like a half hour, and then I'm gonna get back to storms. But I will keep y'all running in here. Maybe y'all can see me catch a fish on stream. I'm gonna zoom in like this. Yeah, I'm gonna zoom in like this. Maybe y'all can see us catch a fish. If I catch one, I'm gonna leave. But I gotta pee anyway. So, and I just met up with an old buddy that I used to work with for like 5 years up here, and I hadn't seen him in a couple years too. So, give me a moment. Oh, so they are saying deer ticks carry Lyme disease. So deer tick is the one I got bit by last week, but hopefully I'm fine. I don't want Lyme disease. I know that stuff can make you very sick. Is your brother still sick from Lyme disease?
Yeah.
I know it's not like really dangerous, but it makes you feel sick for a long time.
If you're not diagnosed with it, it can fuck with you. It can fuck your brain up and all sorts of shit.
Yeah, I know a lot of people that live with it, but they're like, oh, it doesn't. It's not really like deadly, but it makes you feel like you're dying.
Yeah.
So your brother's fine now? 'Cause I thought it was
Yeah.
something you live with forever.
That's what I thought. And he, you know, I mean, he could still have it, but he went to the doctor and shit. I remember when we were younger, he had this shit. I don't remember, you know, I was little.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mom got the fucking alpha shit.
What is that? No.
You get bit by one of those Lone Star ticks. It's got the alpha or whatever shit. It's a red meat disease.
Oh yeah. No, I don't even eat red meat anyway.
It's not just red meat. It's any kind of mammal. They even dairy shit. So
Oh.
you think it gives birth or any kind of dairy shit?
Really?
For the rest of your life.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
That's something I gotta. I know about the whole red meat thing, but I was like, I guess I'm fine with that because I don't eat red meat. But I didn't know it was like anything that gives birth.
Yeah, any kind of mammal that gives birth like that. Lamb, fucking pork chop, pork, fuck anything. Oh, like, holy shit.
It'll tear you up.
And then, you know, they kill you or you can kill you. You can kill you. You eat the meat. You break out the hives and the reactions and shit.
So you'll have like the anaphylactic shock. myself, and it's been fun. Cause I got so comfortable there for a long time, dude, that like I didn't think I could do it. Almost caught something, Christopher.
That's how they predict it.
It was a small one that grabbed a hold of my Cinco, and when I went to set the hook on him, he didn't grab the actual hook. He just grabbed the bait itself, try to move it. So when I went to set the hook, it just yanked it right out of his mouth. But I had 2 bites. One bite, like a strong bite, it kept tapping it, and then when I went to go set the hook, he was already gone. He was not interested in the bait anymore. So just being out here for what, 15 or 20 minutes, throwing the line in a couple times, got a couple bites. If I sat out here for like 2 or 3 hours, I'd be able to pull a fish in. This place was always a good place to fish. Yeah, give me a moment, guys. I'm just saying bye to my friend real quick, and then I'm gonna be heading back on the road.
Yes, I did. I ain't got another house in Chesterfield. I'm gonna try to go look at them this weekend maybe. I don't know, the gun show's in July 1st. You can't be buying all sorts of shit, so I might need to go buy what I can.
Case I have, like, you know, if I'm storm chasing in remote areas, stuff like that, I need to have something that's going to be able to give me some service. This is Starlink, so these are almost impossible to walk in the car.
I'll bet.
But once I put that up there, it sticks. It'll survive pretty much any wind, things like that, as long as I'm not a huge tornado or something. But it won't rip it off, and that's what provides the signal from here to that. So this provides Wi-Fi throughout the whole car when this is hooked up. But on a day like today, I don't need to sit it out there. You know what I mean? Because I'm not in a spot where I need that extra boost of signal.
Should be coming up here with blocking the sun out and shit.
Yeah.
You know what? You've been joking about this shit.
I'm sorry, guys. I am sorry. I'm really apologize about that. There's an old friend I ran into over here. I went to just come over here to use the bathroom, and I passed by my old job, and I see my old friend Steven out there, and honked the horn at him, and he seen me, and he just got in his car because he was getting off work. It was just like bad timing. He followed behind me, came down to this little pond, and we just been yapping in the parking lot. Not to try to rush off from him because I haven't seen him in a while, and I miss talking to him and hanging out with him, but at the same time, I knew I have to get back to what I'm doing. So, and I was trying to get away from him. That way I can get out here and get done to this. But either way, it was still good to catch up with him. Anyway, I have had time to look at the radar a little bit and stuff, and obviously it looks like a whole lot has not changed. There is a special weather statement coming off the mountains right now south of Lexington, moving towards Lynchburg. That probably won't be here till around dark, but like I said, I might be live up until that point or a little after, so I will be checking out that. Anything else, any of this other convection that moves in from that point on. Let me check my phone to see if okay, so it looks like Ed does not want to come along today. He's got stuff he's got to do, so it looks like it's going to just be me out here tonight, which is fine. We're already out here. I guess it's fine. What's up, Rico? How's it going? Nice seeing you. X-Trace, what's up? Where are you located for the evening storms? We have one just grazing us in Whitfield. Okay, yeah, I see the one you're talking about in Whitfield. I'm currently in Midlothian, Virginia. Heading out of Midlothian, Virginia. I'm probably going to be heading more west. Not too far though. I don't have a ride along with me, and I can't be out like too far. But I will definitely be covering some of this stuff moving in for the night. But I do see a special weather statement out there just south. Let me check the other tower out there near Salem. Yeah, it looks like there's a decent little storm moving out there near Salem that could get going once it runs off the mountains there. The Lexington storm could organize again too. That's something to keep an eye on. Let's see what else we're looking like. Christiansburg. That looks like a small little cell trying to blow up out there, but obviously that could get interrupted too. We're just going to keep an eye on all these. No Ed. He just texted me and said, work's been slow. He's got to stay out here a little longer, so. When we get to a new location where I can have my undivided attention to the chat and you guys and the maps and all that stuff, I will take a look at everything. I still want to take a look again at the SPC outlook and see if they've changed anything, because it just doesn't look favorable anymore, to be honest. And if these storms get going over here in Lynchburg and get down to Farmville in this area, whatever, we could have a storm, but because there is some stuff that's moving in, so we could have a night chase. We'll see how it all looks when it gets here. There's no like I said, we have not seen the sun come out today, so at least in this part of the state. There's no heating that was going on for our environment as far as the sun being out, poking through the clouds or anything like that. So the chance of any pop-up storms happening, especially now, are just very slim. I don't see anything like that happening. So it's basically a waiting game now, waiting for things to come off the mountains here now. storm through Lexington will probably build, always do. Yeah, Lexington or any area around there and down towards this portion of Virginia, like Amelia area, tend to produce solid thunderstorms. Something about this environment over here and going more out west towards the mountains, storms really do seem to thrive really well and overperform actually. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it because they don't look too intense right now. They do have a special weather statement on that. I want to check that special weather statement too, by the way. So it is. It's actually a pretty decent special weather statement, honestly. Like, it could go severe warned. It wouldn't take much for that storm to go severe warned. It is. The special weather statement is issued for 50-mile-an-hour winds and half-inch hail. So it won't take much for that one to go severe warned. We'll see what happens. I'm really looking at that one just north of Christiansburg near Salem. I know it looks small right now, but that thing could actually blow up. That's what I'm really looking at. With it being such a small, narrow storm and already having DBZs on reflectivity at the number it's at, it's really piquing my interest in what could happen in the future with it. Christiansburg looks solid too, but they're just all like in the mountains. I don't really like to nowcast with storms in the mountains. That just anything can happen. They could either roll off and become big, huge storms, or they could roll off and become nothing at all. It's so hard to like do any kind of casting as far as the mountains go over here. Homestead gardening. Were you looking at the HRRR? Were you looking at any model runs that were showing that? What were you seeing that was providing you that? I haven't got to look at any of it, so I've been just yapping with a friend, unfortunately. I say unfortunately because, like, with me, it's always bad timing. It really is. Like, I haven't talked to this guy. We worked together for like 5 years. He was one of my best friends, and I haven't talked to him, even like not even through like text message or anything. I haven't talked to him in like 3 or 4 years, maybe more than that. And we just ran into each other out here while I was just like stopping to take a pee break, and we just like happened to run into each other, and we just got to talking for so long. It kind of took me away from what I was doing. I do apologize to anybody that was in here patiently waiting for that. I'm sorry. Just one of those things where it's like, I can't just be like, hey man, like I feel like I'll be rude to him. I'm not about that. Like, I don't want to be rude to him and be like, hey man, like I know we haven't talked in so long and we're such good friends, but like I'm kind of doing my thing right now. I'll have to talk to you another time, and then like we never talk again. So we're kind of just playing catch up. Bubba said it was strong when it came to Lexington. Are you in Lexington? The one out in Lynchburg is moving somewhat fast too. I mean, that thing is kind of rolling. Could be in Farmville very soon. Had some light showers that rolled through here earlier that cooled our environment a bit out here now. That's the only thing. Yes, it shows an increase in the southern storm around Martinsville over Lawrence before crossing it into Carolina. That area does really well too. South Boston area, Martinsville, that whole area does really well with producing thunderstorms. once I get stopped somewhere, I'm gonna be looking at the WeatherWise models, or the I said WeatherWise models. I was reading the chat, not WeatherWise models. I'll be looking at the HRR models. WeatherWise models. What does that even mean? I don't even have that app. What's up, Jim? Welcome in from Concord. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Wait, I was supposed to turn back there on Belmont Road. I'm not doing anything to do a U-turn. I'm not going down Courthouse, guys. This courthouse will give us bad signal. I think I can take a U-turn here. I'm back. What I miss? Didn't miss a whole lot of anything, Panther. Just me yapping and stuff. I want to get to another stopping point where I can actually look at what we're dealing with in the upcoming hours and what kind of environment we're dealing with right now, because I'm not too convinced on what we're dealing with here. Temperatures are steadily dropping, obviously, but there could be something that could still withhold a marginal threat. We'll see. Just don't know if I'm too convinced with it. Sounds like me when I smell rain, don't see rain for 10 hours. I mean, you can see the pavement here is a little wet. We had some showers come through, which, like I said, just gives us a little bit of rain-cooled air. It's not much. We still have some moisture. We still have some temperatures to deal to obviously be okay. Like, still could see a storm or two. It doesn't really rule anything out. We didn't have anything crazy come through. Could offer some extra moisture as well. So it's just a little cooler outside than it was earlier. It is also 7 o'clock. I mean, we don't see anything at all on this channel. At least maybe tonight we'll see some lightning. That would be pretty cool. See some lightning, guys. Maybe something like that. Doesn't have to be a total bust. Back at airfield, yep. I just wanted to come here. It's the closest place so I can stop and take a look at some stuff. So I'm definitely down for lightning. Sweet. We should see some of that. Speaking of lightning, I had a lovely lightning show the other day, putting my sister on the bus, talking about making my car rattle. Lucky you, lucky you. Been waiting for a good thunderstorm with lightning on it. Okay, so I see something starting to pop up east of Chatham. It's going to be going just north of South Boston. For a small storm that also has a decent reflectivity scan on it. That could become something. Take a look at that. I need to look at a satellite imagery of this overcast. See if there's any breaks anywhere. See real quick. Whose radio's intercepting me? Okay, let's look at the SPC outlook. Just to see if they changed anything. Okay, they still haven't changed it. Still have not changed it. Tornado risk still is very much there. The wind and hail risk is still pretty much there. We are still considered under a marginal. Let's see if they've changed anything here with this. They have not. All right. Thank you, Homestead. I'm going to be looking here at these HRRR model runs and see what they have for the area here in a second. Let me get the pivot weather. Regional. Supercell composites look super weak over here right now. Let's just look at reflectivity. Okay, so it looks like let's see. Terrible model run for some reason. Why the HRR has this showing on the 22Z. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, the 22Z is showing that around 7:30 to 8 o'clock. Between 7:30 and 8 o'clock is when we should get some big storms moving in here. Which is, I mean, an hour away. We'll just have to see. This is what happens on marginal days, Panther. This is what happens when you chase marginal days. This is all you see. Crazy. Not just Virginia in a drought, but I'm in a drought. I've not seen a storm in I don't know how long. Storm spotters out here doing the exact same thing as me, sitting around waiting like, what is going on? I guess we'll continue driving. Guess we'll continue on the road. up, Peter? How you doing? Batman. What? We got Bruce Wayne in the chat? Yeah, just driving around looking at Overcast pretty much the entire day. As you can see, nothing much going on. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're safe. Hope you're well. That's where I was at, Batman. I was exactly there, yep. I was there earlier too, but I don't want to stay still too long. I gotta move around. I'm getting a little antsy. I probably will stop at a Wawa soon and probably grab a snack. I don't know. Because I haven't had anything to eat in a while. I'm getting a little hangry. That's right, Rico, snack time. Probably just give me like a thing of pistachios or something. I don't know yet. Just want some calories. What do you think is better, a whole car or a frame of a car? Depending on what car we're talking about. I'm not eating until the stream is over. If I eat, I will fall asleep. Sonia, we might be here for a while. You better get some food. I don't sleep till 3 a.m. Yeah, that's pretty much me too, Panther. I go to sleep like 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. What's up, T5? What's going on? I said to bill for chasing. I meant SUV or truck. Personal preference, I think. A lot of people prefer chasing in a truck. I like SUVs. I like something kind of similar, as versatile, like something like a car, you know, something a little lower to the ground, less wind you have to worry about getting under the car, a little more aerodynamic, better for gas, all-wheel drive, something like a crossover small SUV like I have, like a CRV. I think it's great. But then again, like obviously having a truck or something like that is has its own perks. I chased in a car, or like a regular car, for like years. I don't recommend doing that anymore, especially as I started getting into winter weather chasing. I don't want to be chasing in a car in winter weather. Okay, Sonia. I appreciate your dedication, even though it might not seem much of anything. I'm gonna run inside, grab me a snack, guys. I'll be right back. Y'all want to people watch, or do you want me to put you on the be right back screen? Or do y'all want to people watch like this? We'll run inside, grab me a quick bite to eat, be right back. Yeah, see, Homestead and Gardening basically hit it on the money with the trucks. Like, they can do stuff that other vehicles can't do. True. Let's stare at people. All right. I'll be right back. They just special weather statement that storm I told you that was looking really good in Christiansburg, heading towards Rocky Mount. That storm in Halifax I was talking about that's going north of Halifax could start gaining some steam. It's starting to look that way. The stuff in Lynchburg, south of Amherst that we were all talking about earlier, that may become something more linear, pose a wind risk later in the future, maybe an embedded tornado if possible. If it starts tracking towards Farmville the way it is, we'll keep an eye on that. But this is definitely like something that's going to be a storm chase we're going to be dealing with after hours, after sundown. So I'll be right back. What did I just read? You all got a turkey on the side of your face that leaves it shell to jump. Hobo jacks, but do they know that the Finn girl shell, like what did that even mean? I'll be right back. I think the only way y'all can people watch is through the back glass. Her Podology says, "Hi, I'm in Chesterfield. Is there going to be any chance for a tornado?" Real quick, just so you're clear on it. I did look at the SPC's recent outlook, and they still have a 2% risk outline for tornadoes in this area for basically all of Virginia. The chance is very, very low, obviously, if a storm does get going. So I would just stay weather aware. I wouldn't say... Wait, hey, Ed? I don't see Ed anywhere. Ed's not here. Ed's not coming, Chris, but welcome back. I think the chance is very, very low, but it's not zero. The SPC, so just stay weather aware and have a way to receive alerts, or just stick with us. We're going to be here for next few hours. Obviously, we're going to be here until after dark, just to see what happens when these storms move in from Farmville or from the mountains. But I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna grab me a bite to eat. I'm back. Oh, okay. So So I told you I was just going there to get a snack. I wanted a sandwich, but I didn't want to have y'all wait around for me any longer because I had y'all waiting around for like half an hour earlier while I was talking to somebody, so I apologize. But so what I got was, I love pistachios. There are pistachios in there. They had only the big bags were like $10 in a Wawa. I'm like, why? I can go to Publix and get a whole big bag for like $4. So I like Flamin' Hot Cheetos. I like Flamin' Hot anything. So I found these pistachios on sale. I don't like that they're no shell, just because I like to peel them, but yeah, Flamin' Hot pistachios. We're gonna try these out. Look at that. Never tried those before. Two of my favorite things: Flamin' Hot seasoning and pistachios in one. They might be really fire, or they might be garbage. And then these are like childhood for me. Sunbelt granola bars. I love them. Something about them, they just like have like honey in it or something. You pull it apart, it's like really gooey. So that's what I'm gonna be eating while we're on the road. Henry says, can I play with the walkie-talkie? Yeah. Let's see if anybody talks. Angela says, can she play with the walkie-talkie? Let's see. Yeah, I think that stuff in Lynchburg is going to go more linear. We're going to have to find out. Exactly, Rico. So it's like mindful snacking in a way. When you have to peel them, you don't eat as much of them. It keeps you busy. That's kind of another reason why I like them, because I can get my calories and stuff without overeating. You know what I mean? Pistachios are great in fiber, so they fill you up. I'm in Danville. It stopped raining. Thanks for that update, Jake. I appreciate that. Looks like you could get another round though, man. We'll see. You change the radio stations. Imagine if y'all had that power. These are good. Pistachios are very spicy. Two of my favorite things. I just wish they were flaming hot in the shell too. Yeah, I know, Sonya. We have any other chasers out there live today? Any in Texas? Anybody know? Hallwin, I appreciate that. Just stay tuned. We're gonna severe weather's gonna start ramping up in Virginia come May. It's our peak of the severe weather into obviously the summer months and stuff like that. So we're gonna have many chases on this stream. Some that are gonna be a lot more hectic than this. Some that are gonna be a lot more blah than this. So just stay tuned. It's always a surprise over here. Glad you stopped by today. Appreciate all your support.
I got Flamin' Hot pistachios. Never tried them before, but I love Flamin' Hot stuff. And I love pistachios, so two of my favorite things together. They're actually pretty fire. I actually like these. I might start getting these more often when I'm on the road. They're just mad expensive for a little bag of them. And then I got Sunbelt granola bar. Haven't had one of those since I was like a teenager, a young teenager. I wanted something sweet too, but I didn't want to get like a Reese's. I didn't want something that sweet. That's the problem with no shell pistachios. I ate 2 ounces of pistachios within 5 minutes. If they were shelled, it would take me 15 to 20 minutes to eat 2 ounces of that. I can't fit through that crack. Hey Tyler, thanks for the update. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, JBL. I've been watching. I'm patiently waiting. This is gonna be a night chase. I have a feeling this is gonna be a night chase for sure. If that stuff over there in the mountains that's coming off will stay organized, this will be a night chase. Might see some decent lightning on it too. Could hook up the GoPro, get some lightning shots. I love doing that from time to time. Also, Tired, that's a funny username. The name is Tired of Everyone's Sheet. granola bar. It's so good. Like I said, I haven't had one since I was like a young teenager, and they were my favorite thing. I used to sneak them out of the cabinet, eat like 3 of them a day when I was supposed to only have one with my lunch at school, and they still don't fail to disappoint me. I haven't had one in so long. I'm in my 30s now, so this was like 20 years ago, and I haven't had one since then. I finally just picked up one from Wawa. I eat it, and it still tastes the exact same. Just straight pure nostalgia on the taste buds. Like, y'all know how some of these companies are. You'll try something after like a long time, and they'll change up the formula. You know, it just doesn't taste, something doesn't taste right about it. It may not taste bad, but something just don't taste like it used to when you remember having it or whatever, you enjoyed it. But this Sunbelt granola bar still tastes the same as back in the day. Just pure nostalgia. If I have to get ballsy, I'll say it's better. It was better than the pistachios. If I have to get ballsy about it. Thank you, Homestead. I'll check that out. I'm about to look into it. It's gonna be hard for me to do that right now on this road, but once I get stopped, I will. I'll keep watching. I don't want a Reese's cup. Reese's is like my favorite candy, but the problem is with Reese's is just, like I was just explaining. It's one of those candies where they change the formula, and like something just doesn't seem right about it like it used to be. Something don't seem quite the same, you know? If you're a Reese's fan like me, you would know what I'm talking about. Yeah, like Sonya, if it works, it works. Why do something different? You know the old saying, don't fix what's not broken. Like, if you have something that made your company so popular, you have a formula, you have a unique taste, you have something going on that makes your company so popular that stands out from the rest, and then you go around and you turn around and you change it. Why? And it can't be just changing something as small as one ingredient because of costs. Like, they can't feed me that. I mean, these companies are billion-dollar companies. Billion-dollar companies. Like Reese's, billion-dollar company. They don't need to change the type of chocolate because it saves them money. No. They don't need to do that. Are they doing it? Yes, obviously, but like they don't need to do it. Ray says we have a tornado threat today. Yes, very small one, very small chance. My confidence on the tornado threat is very, very low, being that we just don't have much convection going on. Storms have been popping up very late. We've had an overcast all day long. A little bit of drizzle's been coming through areas periodically, offering a rain-cooled environment. So, but if a storm were to get organized, there's enough shear in our environment where they can get to rotating and could possibly, you know, give us a brief tornado. But the confidence for that is very low from the SPCA and myself. Like, honestly, I don't even know if there should be a tornado threat there, but there isn't a 0% chance of a tornado today. So that's why we're chasing on a marginal day, and why it's why we're chasing so long. Like, if this was normally a marginal day that I chase, like that y'all are used to, and we would have gone 4 hours without seeing anything, I would have already just packed it up for the day and called it quits. But since we do have a round of thunderstorms moving in the next couple hours, and there is still a tornado threat that's still issued, I looked at the SPC's outlook, and they haven't changed much of anything. They still have a confidence that there is still a 2% chance of tornadoes, a hail threat, a wind threat, and the marginal threat still pretty much blankets the entire Virginia. So I want to be out here as long as possible until the threat is no longer there, and then I can call it a bust or whatever it has to be. But as of now, we're going to continue chasing for the next couple hours, and probably the next few hours. We'll see. These storms are moving fast. Coming off the mountains, they're moving fast. I mean, you don't know how it is in Virginia. They move quickly. So I don't think we're going to be waiting too long, but we might be live for several more hours, depending on how long it takes for these storms to get organized and get this direction. Yeah, Grace, what part of Virginia are you in? I see you in here all the time. It's hard for me to remember, sometimes 100 people's location. I get better with it over time, as long as I keep getting reminded where somebody lives. Trisha, I'm in Colonial Heights right now. I'm currently in Colonial Heights, Virginia. I might be heading towards the Prince George area here shortly. I want to kind of be playing a safe route with these storms. So that's why I left North Chesterfield, like Richmond area. That's why I left there, and I'm going a little further south, but not too far south. I'm gonna head down into like probably the Prince George area maybe, and wait it out there and see what comes about, because I want to play middle ground here, just in case something happens south, or just in case something happens north. I can kind of be middle way through. This radar just isn't showing much of anything to me, except for this little pop-up blip that happened here in where is this? Halifax, moving towards Lawrenceville right now. That could do something. We shall see. We shall see. Glen Allen area. Okay, yeah. I mean, I think Glen Allen's going to see some rain later today. Maybe you might hear some thunder. Depending on what these storms do when they get past Farmville. They're still moving through the mountains right now. We'll see. Once the elevation changes for these storms, we'll see what they do. And then we'll pretty much know the risk at that point. But just stay weather aware, especially if you're in like the Richmond area. Richmond definitely has a 2% tornado threat on it right now. Like I said, still very low chance. You would be jacked, Justin. If you did that, you would be jacked. $4.17 for gas. We're paying almost $6. $4.17 is expensive over here, though. Where are you at, Trisha? What state are you in? You're paying $4.17. Still, Christopher, like, it's more expensive up north, further north you go. It's like $6 would be absolutely absurd here. I think people would like actually protest if gas was $6 here. But it's because the cost of living obviously is different here too than where you're at. Does anyone wonder what it would look like if a tow truck storm chases? That would be interesting for sure. Where's my charger? We got to get my camera on the charger here before we're going to no longer have a live stream. That's the first step to the rest of this game plan. Like I said, guys, I think we're going to head to like the Prince George area just to see if we can get to a middle ground here. charger plugged into the camera. What's up, Bells? Nice to see you. Trisha says, I'm in Fidalgo Island, Washington State. Okay, you're in Washington too. Okay. That's right. You did say earlier you were in Washington. It's you, Angela, and Sonia that are all in Washington. Like, I mean, I think it's expensive to live over there anyways. I think why the gas prices are high. Y'all have such a beautiful state, though. I think like everybody in the world loves Washington. Maybe not y'all, because y'all live there. Y'all have to deal with rain all the time and cloudy weather all the time. Like, but it's kind of like cold. But like everybody I've ever heard talk about Washington's always like, oh my God, it's so beautiful there. Like, when I think of a Washington State, I think of like the Twilight movie. You know what I mean? Like that kind of forestry, that kind of vibe. Like Forks, Washington. It just looks like a beautiful place. La Push Beach, right? If you know, you know. You remember all these streets? It's because we pretty much path the same streets all the time. On marginal days, we chase basically these local areas. We just go to local places. We don't really move the map too much. But with higher risk days, obviously we go further because we plan for those days, like big threat days. I'd even argue like slight risk days will put me further north, like almost into Maryland and stuff sometimes. But marginal risk days, there's no point. Like if anybody was ever wondering why I'm only driving around local areas and not going any further into like bigger areas, because like on a marginal day, there's no point of wasting gas to go chase after a storm 2 hours away just for it to fall apart. That's just what you deal with a level 1 day. You don't know what these storms are going to do. They're so unpredictable. They could blossom and become these big, huge, beautiful, healthy thunderstorms, or they could just be trash by the time you get to them. And now you just wasted a bunch of gas. On bigger threat days, where like they outline like a level 2 or a level 3 somewhere, now you have something to go after, because the confidence, the probability is much higher of something actually producing over there. And now if you go up there, it's like, oh well, I tried. At least I didn't do it on a marginal day. You know what I mean? Like the probability was there. You know, at least I went out there and gave it a shot. But most likely, especially if it's a level 3 risk, you're probably going to go see something. You're going to see something, whether it's a small shelf cloud or a brief wall cloud or something. You're going to see something. Marginal day, there's always a chance for seeing nothing at all on a marginal day. Please drive to Danville. Cannot drive to Danville. Not tonight. I have been out to Danville before though. If Danville gets issued like a 5% tornado, an enhanced risk one day or something like that, a slight risk, I'll go out that way. I've done it before, but not on a marginal day. Just not enough there, not enough confidence to burn up like $100 of gas. Chill around here somewhere for a little bit just to look at what things are looking like, but I want to get somewhere with some decent cell phone reception. Looks like the cell phone reception right here is garbage. We are currently we just entered the Prince George County lines, if anybody's wondering.
where we're at now. Pull over here to the field. There's a sport complex over here. People might be hitting some bat cages or something. Driving range over there too. Like this for a second. All right. Tie-dye picker says Puddle Dock Road. Yep. That's the road we just came off of. Guys, we are 4 likes away from hitting 300 likes on the broadcast. That is awesome. I appreciate everybody who has hit the like button today. If you haven't already, consider doing that. Get us to that 300 mark. That'd be awesome. The briefing from NWS Wakefield doesn't say anything about storms tonight. That is not good, Grace. Well, it's good, but it's not good. But strangely enough, they still have it outlined as a threat. And the HRRR was showing that we do have a round of storms moving through shortly after 8 o'clock. And if we look at radar here, if I'm looking at radar Omega right here, there's some stuff coming from the Farmville area. So whether we just see rain or whatever it is, we do have a round of stuff coming through later. Dave Grohl lived down the street when I lived on Oxnard Shores. You lived in a neighborhood with Dave Grohl. I mean, I want to say that you're probably rich because you lived in an area where he was living, but at the same time, I know that Dave Grohl lives below his means of what he said. So I'm not going to assume that you're rich, but because I know that Dave Grohl is known for being like a person who lives below his means, kind of like how Adam Sandler does. So I'm going to assume that since Dave Grohl still drives around like a Honda Accord or whatever he drives around in, he doesn't drive or he doesn't live in a mansion. I could be wrong though. Shadow says Blue Ridge Rock Fest 2023 Survivor here. That one was at VIR in Alton, Virginia, so about 39 minutes from Danville. So Jake might know about that. Dude, Rich, that's what I was just talking about earlier before you even came in here. I was asking the chat, I'm like, what is going on with the HRRR model right now? Like, what is it even showing? It was showing like pretty cool, like, not cool, but like pretty gnarly looking supercells moving in this area around 7:30. Here it is 8 o'clock and we have nothing on the radar within 30 miles from here. Pick and Goat Farm says we haven't even seen sprinkles down here in Dinwiddie. Yeah, it's just this is ridiculous. Like, I'm not trying to be one of those guys, you know what I mean? Because I obviously respect and I support our NWS SPC centers, but like, I'm gonna be honest, not just for Virginia, but lately this year, all over the entire United States, it almost seems like they're over-hyping things a lot. I have to be honest about that. To me, it just seems that way. We had a moderate risk day with a 15% tornado risk outlined last month here in Virginia, and it validated as a marginal risk. And then the past 3 days, the weather outbreaks that has been happening over there in the plains haven't been validated to what they are actually.
Like, I just don't know, like, if it's just people are making mistakes or, like, I don't know. I don't know. It ain't my place to call them out on it. But I just, something is off. Something's off. Wasn't like this last year. Last year was everything was overperforming from the outlooks. I remember chasing marginal days last year, and they validate on the new outlook to a slight risk. You know what I mean? Or you chase a slight risk and it validates to a enhanced. And it's like, oh wow, these storms are like, that's why this channel took off so quickly, because last year was a big year for chasing in Virginia. There was tons of stuff. We had tons of content to make. We had tons of live streams to do. Tons of severe weather. Like, to the point where I went out and bought a couple $100 GoPro so I could be out here all the time filming really good content. And it's just, this year's been like, what is going on? Grace says, do you think it's a funding thing? Yes, they are more accurate picking goat farm. They are more accurate. Some of the people like on YouTube are going to be more accurate. The meteorologists that are not on, like, yeah, sometimes it's like that. Grace, I want to touch on that a little bit without being political. So if we can go that route without anybody being political in the chat, I don't want to, like, we don't speak on politics here or religion. We try to keep it to mainly weather. So with what you said, I want to say yes, it is, because obviously, as we've seen what happened not too long ago with people getting fired, you know, from certain stations and things like that, it seems like it made an impact, and not a good one. That's all I'm going to say about it. And y'all can probably fill in the blanks of what I'm saying. So I would say it might be a funding issue. PDS Goose. I've seen tornadoes in person, Trisha, but I've only seen weak ones since I've only chased and really paid attention to anything in Virginia. As far as in-person tornadoes, I've only seen a few in Virginia that have been, you know, somewhere on the weaker side, but also I've seen one that was pretty gnarly looking, but was kind of weak. Are these geese gonna just come right up to me? I'm just gonna take your baby geese. I'm gonna take your ducklings. Mac, mac, mac. I'm gonna take your ducklings. Bring them right over here. That's fine. But I have seen water spouts too. I've seen a really nice water spout over there off of the coast of OBX. Beautiful water spout. I got to see it in detail too, because it was kind of like, I would say, like 3 miles off the coast. So it was a little distance out there. We could kind of make it out with the naked eye, but we knew what it was. But I was like, let me see the binoculars. So in the beach house that we were staying in, they had binoculars in there, like really nice ones, expensive ones. So I grabbed the binoculars and I looked into them, and like you could see. I mean, you could with those binoculars, you could almost see fish flying around in them. Not really, but like that's just how detailed it was. It was really neat. Rich, I agree in a sense. I agree with the sense. That's why I say I don't want to get too political, because we can go down this rabbit hole and we can all sit here and discuss this, and we can point fingers and this and this and this. And I don't want to be that guy, because again, I don't know anything. I'm one of those people that I like to play on the fence about stuff unless I know for a fact. And this is one of those things I don't know for a fact. But with Grace asking me that, it's just something that is the first thing that sticks out of my head. Only reason why I say that is because that happened recently, and it seems lately these outlooks are looking worse and worse. Like, like, all right. Let me not be an a-hole here for a second, and let me just be real. It's gotten to the point where, like, when I look at the SPC outlooks, there's a certain name that I see on there, and I'm not gonna say him by name. I'm not gonna say the name by name at all. And I'm pretty sure they're still a great forecaster, much better than I would be. But what I'm saying is, when I see that name, I'm like, oh no. Does this even mean anything? Does this outlook even mean anything? Because it seems to be the same name that I didn't see a year ago or the year before that. It's a new name that I've been seeing as the forecaster, and the name seems to be popping up on a lot of these new forecasts in the main office, and the outlooks do not ever come close to what actually performs out here in the real world. It's like this person is looking at all their ingredients and everything else and just saying, oh wow, okay, this is what the shear looks like, this is what the moisture looks like, this is what the temps look like, this is what this looks like, this is what that looks like, and just going on and on and on about it in their head, and then they just say, okay, let's just throw an enhanced risk on this, when really it's just not even close. Tie-dye picker, you're talking about the 2018 tornado off of Whole Street Road, right? That was the Hurricane Florence remnants that caused that tornado, I believe. There was like 9 tornado warnings that day in Central Virginia. I think there was 9 tornado warnings alone in Central Virginia. And I believe that happened in October. I can't remember. So it was late in the season. It was because it was right around hurricane season. Hurricane Florence or something like that. That was 2018. I was just getting into storm chasing. There's a lot of information that I've soaked in since that time, so it's hard for me to remember all the details. I could be way wrong on the time of year it was. I could be way wrong on the storm that caused the tornado outbreak in Virginia. I can think of one at the SPC where when he gets it, oh boy, hang on because it's going to get rough. Rich, does that person's name start with a D? Because I think I might know who you're talking about. Please do not hit the geese. Thank you. Y'all would see an ass whooping on stream. I apologize about my language, but I do not like when people just hit geese around here and just keep driving. Not cool with that. And maybe that has something to do with it, Justin. I don't know. Maybe that has something to do with it. Yeah, the Old Dominion Flooring Company tie-dye. We drove by there earlier, and I showed everybody ground zero of where that tornado spun up in Old Dominion and collapsed that building. I was actually going to the gym at Planet Fitness when it split Planet Fitness and Gabe's in half. When I went to go show up at the gym after work, the whole building was split in half. And cars in Planet Fitness parking lot were flipped over on their upside down on the roofs. And yeah, it was pretty crazy. Let me see if I see your message, Rich. See if that's the guy. Okay, so that's one of them, Rich. I don't see that name that often, I'm gonna be honest, but that is one of them that I don't have an issue with. They're more of like an experienced forecaster. Hold on. Yeah, I was out there on the street when that happened. I got a tie-dye. I have a video of the left edge of that tornado crossing behind where I was getting off of work, getting ready to head to the gym. I didn't realize that Planet Fitness had been destroyed, basically. But I got the left edge of it on my Instagram. If you go back and look at if you go on my Instagram and look, you can see the left edge of that tornado crossing right behind my old job. Oh, the geese have swag. Imagine if all of us walked around like geese. This is their world. We're living in it. You know what I mean? Yeah, Rich. I mean, they're all not going to ever get it. They're all not ever going to get it right. But there's just one. I'll talk to you about it later. There's just one later that, like I said, I'll tell you who it is, and it's just like, what is happening? What is going on? So we do have some storm spotters on the spotter network that are out there in Hampton, Sydney, or Farmville area that are getting rained on, basically. I see no special weather statement. These storms look like nothing but rain at the moment. We'll just see what happens, I guess. That one that I was talking about earlier coming out of Halifax is still kind of gaining some momentum. We'll keep an eye on everything. I'm just surprised not a single severe warning yet anywhere in Virginia on a marginal risk day with a 2% tornado threat. And a long day of chasing and seeing nothing but overcast. But I have nothing better to do, guys, than to sit here and chat with you guys. We did hit 300 likes on the stream, though. I appreciate everybody who's hit the like button today. And also, we are 4 subscribers away from hitting 4,350 subscribers. We are 4 subscribers away from hitting 4,350 subscribers. That's really strong. I appreciate it. That's insane, Todd. I never knew that. that does change things a bit too, Rich. Having to take in consideration about how much the world and the climate has changed over time. If y'all can see on the left edge of the radar map here, starting to see some stuff appearing on the left edge of the map. Now, will it stay strong? We don't know. I'm subscribed with my iPad and my cell phone. I appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Sonia, I lived on a lake a couple years back where the whole lake community was just, it was just like swarmed by these things, by these Canadian geese. And they would have babies every year. And these little babies, if you got near them, oh boy, you're done. The whole, you'll hear like one or two of them screaming at you, like one or two of the, like the geese, like adult geese, will scream at you, like basically warn you to get away. And if they start hissing and you don't listen to them and you continue going after the baby, they're gonna call in all their dudes, all their friends. They're all coming in, and they're coming in hot. You'll have some flying above you, like trying to fly into you, and you got some on the ground, like just running after you, trying to like bite you. Yeah, they're crazy. They are crazy. And yeah, I'm talking about you guys. They just stopped and looked like, what the heck? Oh, there's the babies. I see the babies now. There's the babies right there. Yes, Rich, I want to see that. Like how you used to do last year. I want to see that again. It's always interesting to see what you have to provide about that, because I don't dip into hurricanes too much. I know I'm starting to get into it. I'm more of like the severe weather guy. I like to get out, and technically I'm more of the winter weather person. I love winter weather stuff. It's my favorite stuff to cover. But yeah, I want to start getting more into hurricanes, especially being that I'm on the coast, and we get hurricanes every year. So even if it's just out bands of hurricanes, we get them. So I want to get more into it so I can obviously provide more chases. Amzar says, did you catch any fish? I tuned back in now. Nope. I didn't catch anything earlier, but I did get a bite, and basically the fish grabbed the back of the worm and just was like playing with it. And when I went to go set the hook, he was staying on, he was hanging on until I got to like almost to the bank, and then he kind of like just jumped off. And me and my friend were just like, oh wow, whatever. But as far as actually pulling one in and like taking it off the hook, nah. Oh, that's cool. I wish I was able to do that, but them geese didn't trust any humans over there in our lake community. They didn't trust us. Trisha, the thing about crows too that freak me out, I usually don't get freaked out by birds. I find them fascinating. But one of the things about crows, I don't know if anybody knows this, but they're like one of the only birds that can recognize a face up to like 20 years or something. So I don't know if it scares you or not. I don't know how long ago it happened, but it's a good chance that a lot of those crows remember what you look like. Like if you ran into them anywhere else in the world, in another state or something, they're going to always remember who you are. And they're going to be able to put it together, that connection. Sounds good, Rich. I'll be looking into it. Can anybody tell me how long I've been live for? For some reason, I can't see that stuff. Anybody tell me how long we've been live for? I want to make sure we're not going to go over the 12-hour mark anytime soon. Because if something does continue to stay strong until it gets to us, I want to be able to be live in case of it. And I don't want to go over the 12-hour mark. I mean, I could be here for the rest of the night. I mean, depending on what these storms do and how slow they move, I am not ruling out I could be on here until like 1 o'clock in the morning. Five and a half hours, that's it? Man, y'all are killer. Like, I'm not gonna lie, y'all are awesome. 5.5 hours, and we've already gotten 300 likes on the stream. That's pretty awesome. Hummingbirds also memorize faces? That's insane. I didn't know that. Grace says, yep, they hold grudges and they pass down grudges to their children. Okay, so basically 3 o'clock in the morning will be 12 hours. I doubt I'll be live for 12 hours. But I just want to make sure that I'm not getting anywhere close to the 12-hour mark on YouTube, because they obviously take down your VOD. But I want to still be here in case of anything happening. Because it's always my luck. Like, say if I hop off of here, these storms get into the area, and then boom, one decides to explode and rotate, and they issue a tornado warning, even if it's just radar indicated, and I'm at home, like, sitting there. Like, it would just be my luck. Go to 2 a.m. I'm not ruling anything like that out, Chris. I just don't think I'm going to be. We're going to see what these storms do when they get here. As you can see on the map, they're getting closer. Amzar says, thanks for the live. There wasn't any severe weather warning in force today in Central Virginia, right? But weather is changing. It rained 3 hours at my place, different continent. Yeah, nothing here. Nothing here so far. I mean, I can't say nothing at all. I mean, they had a couple special weather statements in Virginia today. There was a tornado warning that was in Pennsylvania, which validated the 2% there. As far as Virginia severe weather, I don't think we've seen any severe thunderstorm warnings at all in Virginia today. But there's still some storms that are just north of Halifax. There's one getting ready to go through Lawrenceville that's been growing as it's been moving. That was a tiny blip we were paying attention to earlier. That one's starting to blow up. And then just to our west, where Farmville is, those storms are still pushing along. So there's still a chance that any of these could hold together. One could get severe warned. We'll see.
I was wondering if the new scan does not look good on the Farmville storm now. Yeah, the new scan just came in and the Farmville storm does not look good. But the one out there in Charlotte Courthouse, that one's still holding strong. Yeah, it does get quick out here, dark quick out here because we have tons of mountains and trees, so the sun can get behind stuff a lot faster, you know. In the next couple months, it'll get darker a little later, but not much more. Yeah, tie-dye 9 might be pushing it. I'd say those storms, if they do continue to strengthen and get to Chesterfield, by that point, I would say maybe 9:30ish, close to 10 o'clock. Unless any of these small blips that you see actually do something. With that being said, I'm curious if I should head to the Dinwiddie area. I just want to play the middle ground because it's either we can try to go to the Dinwiddie area and wait for these small little blips to pop up and see if they gain any strength, or do we go back north into Chesterfield and wait for these storms that are coming through Amelia right now to hit? Those are the options. Just that Farmville scan, the recent scan, did not look good. I'm going to look at the new update once we get a new scan that comes in. I'm going to look to see what reflectivity does. Okay, Rich, I'll check it out for sure. You know I will. All right, so the new scan just came in and still looks like it's not doing too hot. I know you said go north, Chris, but look at that. As the scans go on, it doesn't look like it's getting any healthier. We still have nothing in Dinwiddie at the moment. Not yet, but I'd say in the next 20 minutes, Goat Farm, I think that in the next 20 minutes, you're going to get some rain showers. Even if they are brief and light, I do believe you're going to get some rain showers in the next 20 minutes. So it's like, hey, I'm 15 minutes away from Dinwiddie area. Or I go 20 minutes into Chesterfield. What do I do? What do I do? I was kind of hoping that this cluster of storms going from Cumberland down to Lawrenceville would congeal into like a cluster of like a linear system, right? And we could have something off of that, like just a quick lightning show on the back end, or even on the front end, you know, a gusty storm. Doesn't have to be severe warning, just something.
Even a nighttime shelf cloud would be beautiful on my GoPro. It'd be beautiful. Go short pump, Night Rider. I can't go to short pump tonight. I would have earlier if there was something actually going on up there, because I was already halfway to short pump. But it's already almost 9 o'clock now. There's no way I'm going to short pump tonight, unless there was a tornado warning. That's why I was. What is that noise? Somebody's talking to me through an intercom. So somebody was asking me to drive to Danville area earlier. I don't want to drive too far on marginal days because the chances of actually seeing something are very low already. And with some of these storms, on marginal days, you could drive to them and nothing happens. And I don't want to just drive somewhere far out and potentially burn up gas for nothing at all. Now, if there was something that was concerning up that way, I would go anyway, just because there's something concerning up there. And I mean, there's still a possibility that something like that could happen. Who knows? What's up, Weston? How you doing? Yeah, Justin. I don't see any lightning on any of these storms. These storms are just very weak. I don't think we're going to get any lightning show either. I don't know. The storms about to hit Lawrenceville are very weak. But you will see a decent storm move in soon that will bring some heavy rain. Those are about 15 minutes, 15 or 20 minutes to your west there, Justin. The ones over there going through South Hill right now. A little blip over there. We've been watching that one for a while. I'm surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if that one, by the time it got to Emporia, became special weather statement or a severe warned. I mean, scan by scan, that thing is staying strong. Very strong. As soon as I say that, the newest scan came in and it looks weaker. Yeah, see, this is why I can't make a decision like this on a marginal day. Imagine if I drove all 14 of those scans. I was like, oh, this looks strong. Imagine if I drove to South Hill for that storm, or I drove to Lawrenceville for that storm, and then by the time I got there, like right now, it started to die off. Let's see what the recent scan looks like on the Farmville storm. Still not looking promising. We do have some convection popping up now in the Blackstone area. We can keep an eye on that. By the time it gets here, we might have something to work with. Yeah, and there's exactly, Rich. That was the problem when I woke up this morning and I seen, even though I already knew I was chasing today because of the tornado threat, I was like, I'll still go out there, but I'm not convinced that anything's gonna happen. It just, the whole day has been overcast. There was no sun today. Like there's no heating. It's been overcast and just really still. It's just, I don't know. It's been very odd. I don't think there's been enough instability there to promote any thunderstorm growth. Let's see. Okay, the new scan on the South Hill storm still looks like it's holding it together. North of Lawrenceville and Alberta and McKinney, that is starting to fall apart. Jeez, man. I don't know what blue isn't on. I don't know what blue is on your scan, but there isn't even rain down here. If you're looking at my radar, my reflectivity radar on the bottom left of the stream, it's just the radar scan picking up moisture. Doesn't mean it's actually falling. It's shooting its scan through the clouds, and it's just reading some precipitation there. It doesn't mean it's going to actually fall out. Some of these storms are very strong in reflectivity. Some of them can hold like bright oranges and dark reds, and you know, you think you're going to have a lot of rain on them, but they're low precip storms and they hold together and they just stay strong and they're tons of energy. But you know, and somebody would look on a radar and say, wow, that storm looks very healthy, that looks huge, it's got a lot of colors in it, like that storm must be raining like crazy over there, and sometimes it's just not. It's just what the scan is reading through the clouds. It's just picking up precipitation. Still think more north of you is better. Chris, I'm looking at these scans. They just don't look promising to me. We'll keep an eye on it though. We have time. We have plenty of time. You guys may not have plenty of time, but I have plenty of time. I'm playing middle ground right now just to see what happens. But if something were to get a little stronger, I can go north in 20 minutes, be where I need to be, or I can go 15 minutes south and be where I need to be. That's the whole reason why I chose Prince George, where I'm at right now. It's the whole reason why I chose this area. Rich, how did that go? I'm glad you're safe. How did that go? three in a year in a semi. I bet that's scary, dude, that you're going to flip that thing over. All right, Justin, take a pee break for me too. Lucas says, I just wanted to get a tornado warning and haven't got one. I hadn't got nothing. The one time I got one was on March 16, 2026. 2 in 1 day in Virginia. Yeah, that was a big day. Well, it was supposed to be a big day, Lucas. But you shouldn't want tornado warnings, bro. Even me as a storm chaser, I don't want tornado warnings. I don't want people to be scared or get injured. You know what I mean? Think about it like that. Think about it from somebody else's point of view. It might seem exciting to some people to get a tornado warning because it's like, ooh, it's a tornado. That's dangerous. Like it might seem cool, or like even as some chasers might think, oh, payday, right? Oh, there's a tornado. That's payday. Try to look at it from like somebody else's point of view. Imagine you being the person that is afraid of the storms or doesn't want them to happen, or somebody that might have like nice valuable things inside their house, or like just have a nice beautiful house or cars or whatever, and just their stuff get tore apart. You got to hope these things don't happen. It was windy and wet, LOL. So I'm guessing you were in a rain wrap situation. Mad respect for truck drivers, absolutely. Hats off to them. Weston Place says, I drove to Ace Hardware store earlier today in the rain. Where are you at? Where are you at, Weston? Where's your location, Lucas? You must not be near us because even the stronger looking storms, the healthier looking storms out there in Charlotte Courthouse, I don't see any lightning on those. Is anybody on the border of North Carolina and Virginia in the Martinsville area? Like just south of Martinsville? Pretty looking healthy storm out there. Western Southern MD? Okay, got you. Oh, got you. I see, Rich. These scans are just not looking convincing. Like, Chris, I don't know if you're still watching, but these scans do not look good. All right, what I can probably do. Let me look at this Amelia Courthouse storm again. Yeah, it's not look good. What I can probably do is go back into Chesterfield. I'm gonna give it one more scan, see what it looks like. Go back into Chesterfield and intercept some moderate to heavy rain. Lucas says Stanleytown, Virginia. That's the area I'm in. Got you. Never been out there before. I've been up the direction, but I've been out that direction, but I've never been in that Stanleytown place. Panther says I'm 1 hour and 30 minutes from the border. So are you near Martinsville at all? Well, no, you wouldn't be near Martinsville if you're an hour and 30 minutes from the border. Let's see what this new scan does. That's why I didn't want to go north, Rich, but it seemed like my only chance at this point to get anything. That's what I've been looking at. Just that thing's been falling apart ever since it came off the mountains. Farmville is like right where the mountains start to, if you're going east to west, Farmville is right at that spot where the elevation starts to change. The mountains start to climb. And ever since it's come off of the Farmville area, it's just been weak. Very weak. Meanwhile, Texas and Mississippi's been getting hit left and right with severe warnings. Looks like somebody might see a tornado soon out there. Out there in Texas.
What a day. What a day. Waiting for a new scan. That looks trash. I'm sorry. The one going towards Chesterfield looks trash. Yes, go for it, Rich. I'm sure people would find that interesting. I'm about to do that right now, Panther. I'm about to lay down on the hood of my car, just fall asleep. That is interesting, Rich. I'd like to get more of a deep dive into it with you at some point in Discord when we both are free. But that is interesting. If that happens, that's gonna be crazy. That would be insane if we didn't see one. Yeah, that South Hill storm moving towards Lawrenceville is starting to weaken significantly as well. Guys, this might just be a bust. They just, the one I said that was looking good over there in Martinsville, that one just got a special weather statement on it for the areas of Wentworth. And that one is special. It's got a special weather statement on for winds up to 40 miles an hour and pea-sized hail. The storm was looking healthy this whole time. I've been watching it. Everything else looks like blah. That'd be crazy, Panther.
what a day this is.
Suffolk? I don't see anything great in Suffolk right now. Not much really to talk about in Suffolk at the moment. You just sitting there talking to yourself, Panther? Or are you just waiting for someone else to join it? Got me out here yawning. What's wrong, Diane? Why do you say there's some serious trouble? Guys, this is interesting. This is day 3 on this channel. We've gotten completely skunked on storms. Something's got to change, man. Somebody's got to forecast differently, I think. I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and point the blame. Oh, you're saying Rich is serious trouble? Oh. Something, Panther. I mean, something. I'll pay somebody to come out here and do the rain dance on camera, see if we can get some storms to pop up. Just some rain showers, just at least some rain showers. Nothing too crazy, just some rain showers. Like, I just want to see some rain or something. I'm driving around for 6 hours. Diane, do you know Rich from somewhere else, or do you know him from Cop Extreme? It's just like twisted, nothing? Yeah, basically. TV Media Action News says, how's the stream rolling along?
checking back. Had a house fire down the street. I'm glad. I hope everybody. I'm not saying I'm glad because I don't know, but I hope everybody in the house fire was okay. And I'm glad you're safe. As far as us, we waited and waited and waited for hours for these storms to get into our area, and as they approach, they are weakening. So I think that we're just going to be live streaming till really late and not seeing a single thing. Even the strong storms to the west that are notable, even they don't have any lightning on them. Not a good sign. Oh, you mod for John McKinney? That's awesome. Yeah, me and John talk from time to time. He has family in Virginia, and you know, he likes that I cover out here because he's got family out here and stuff. So it's pretty cool. I've never spoke with his son before, Freddie. I've never spoke with Freddie before, but I know that me and John have spoken from time to time. John actually comes in this chat, I'd say like a couple times a month when everything's peaking. So like if you're ever coming here in the future, Diane, you'll see at least once or twice you'll see John pop up. He'll come in and say hi, and that's about it. He's rated my channel before. I've rated his channel before. I wouldn't consider him a buddy or anything, but definitely somebody that if I ran into out in the field, I would definitely stop and talk to him, because he's been very supportive of my channel, and I've been very supportive of his. Is John live right now? Look, see guys, I was going to go into Chesterfield, but the stuff in Chesterfield does not look good anymore. Like, I think even if I went to Chesterfield, I wouldn't even get rained on. They just severe warned that storm in Martinsville that we've been watching. Martinsville storm, right where Eden is, Wentworth, that is severe warned. Don't see a tour possible tag on that severe warning either. That's right on the state line, basically North Carolina, Wentworth, North Carolina. What a bust today, guys. That is insane. This is the third one we've had all year. This is the third bust we've had this year. We are 0-3 right now. We are 0-3. We've only had 3 severe weather chases this year so far, and all 3 of them have been busts. Keep in mind that all 3 of them were marginal days. One of them was a moderate day. We had a moderate day here in Virginia. Huge risk, and still bust. I don't know. Something is not right, dude. Like last year, just for the fun of it, I've chased general thunderstorm days, level zeros, that have packed a bigger punch than today, or any of my past live streams. Something has changed. I don't know if it's the offices or if it's our environment. Something is off. We need something, Rico. Like, I just want rain at this point. We need rain because rain is important and we are in a drought. storms see me and they stop. I'm gonna just call you Ms. Bacon. What's up, Ms. Bacon? How are you? Yeah, it checks out. Homestead gardening. That checks out, because May is when really things, like, I'm not too upset about it, because April is just general thunderstorms usually. Around May is when things really start to kick off. And so in the month of May, I think we'll be pretty active. And that's just right around the corner. Yeah, Chris, I don't know if I completely agree that. Yes, they've been getting slammed over there on the plains in those areas, but the outlooks still are not validating to what actually happens. I pay a lot of attention to this stuff when I'm not chasing. Like, for example, the past couple days, a lot of these moderate day outlooks, but then you check the ballot afterwards and they've only validated to like a enhanced risk. It's like it always gets downgraded afterwards. Yeah, I mean, these storms are dead. These storms are dead. What do we do, guys? Like, there's still some stuff moving in. I just don't want to, like, end the broadcast and then this stuff gets here and then we have a severe warning and I have to go live again. I just don't want to sit here and bore everybody to death either, sitting here on the screen staring at nothing. What do we do? Do we take a break and come back, or in case something happens, or do we sit around and chill? Do we do a Q&A? Like, what do y'all recommend we do? If I drive 30 minutes up to Richmond, where there's rain right now, it's just going to be rain, and it's going to, by the time I get there, it's going to be light rain to drizzle. Yeah, latest game just came in. It looks even worse. What do we do? Go home and play Twisted. Go home and play some PUBG. It's sad, Ms. Bacon. It's sad. Like, I'm not sitting here trying to hype up things and be like, guys, I want thunderstorms. I want it to be dangerous. Like, I'm not saying it that way. I'm saying, like, in Virginia, we need rain bad. We need it now, and not just do we need it now, but we need it consistently for a long period of time to fix our issues. Like, it's just not good. Like, not just today, we need it over the next couple weeks. But anything will help. Visit every Sheetz in Wawa and RVA, and then I think I'll go broke. Justin says, LMAO, beware the Q&A. Hey, I'll answer anything. I'm an open book. I love thunderstorms too, as long as you're not affecting people. But yeah, definitely part of the reason why I come out here, aside from the trying to keep people safe and keep people like with real-time updates, is because when I first started storm chasing, way back before 2020, I was doing this stuff just for fun. I would bring my camera out and just do it for my own gallery, my own phone gallery, my own camera card, you know, my own SD card in my camera. I would do this stuff just to be out in nature and enjoy thunderstorms in nature and capture things I see that I thought was interesting. and I learned more about the stuff that I was looking at. But then I realized there was a market of storm chasers on YouTube, and I was like, well, then I can share with YouTube what I'm looking at too. Maybe people might find some of these storms and clouds and things like that as fascinating as me. And then when I brought it to YouTube, you know, it seemed to be the case. A lot of people wanted to see what I was looking at. And then obviously, like, I started getting deeper into it when I was like, okay, well, we can also provide real updates, not just looking at clouds, you know, but we can also provide updates real time and offer some knowledge and experience in the field to help other people learn and keep up to date with things. That's why I decided to go the route like other chasers did and put overlays on the screen to provide y'all with information like where I'm at on the map. You know, what the map is looking like that I'm looking at. Because what y'all see over there in the bottom left is exactly what I'm looking at on my radar map. Have y'all follow along and track along with me in the app. I just did a big circle. On top of that, with real-time information at the bottom. Pretty soon here, I'm working with Noah. I don't know if anybody knows who Noah is, Storm Chaser Noah. If any of y'all know who Storm Chaser Noah is, me and him are working on something in the background that I'm trying to get. I almost had it done today, and I would have been able to show y'all that today, but it looks like it's going to be another project for another time. So maybe by the next Storm Chase, I'll have it together. And then that will be a very good update for this channel and for information on the screen. So I don't just come out here for the public service of it all. I also come out here to share with y'all what I like to see. See if there's anybody out here that can find something as small as a shelf cloud fascinating as I do. I can stare at that stuff for days. Put a shelf cloud in front of me out here in my hometown or anywhere else, and say, let's just say the storm stalls out but stays strong, and there's nowhere to park here. There's nowhere to park here. The storm just stays strong. The shelf cloud is just sitting there, stationary, doesn't move ever. I can sit there and watch it all day long. That's how much I love looking at weather, and I feel like people on YouTube like the same thing. So that's why I started coming out here in the first place, to share what I was looking at. Well, I'm not allowed to say that homesteading, gardening. I'm not allowed to say that. I have a sponsorship and affiliation with another software, and that's who I stay true to. I don't knock anybody else. I just can't promote or talk about anybody else. But I don't have any beef with anybody else's opinions. Dude, what do we do? I am like, what is going on? Yeah, Noah Miller, Chris. Yep, exactly. So Storm Chaser Noah Miller. Me and him are working on. I've helped him with some stuff in the past to get his overlays and his channel and stuff going in the right direction, and now he's helping me with something that he has access to, that he knows a developer, like personally, that he has access to for his channel that I want on mine. So we kind of did a little bit of a trade work here, like, hey, I help you, you help me, kind of thing. And yeah, so I'm excited to show that. It's not anything groundbreaking. Like, let's just be honest. When y'all see it, it's gonna be no different than what y'all seen on other Chaser stuff. But it's just cool that we're moving in that direction, to where we can offer more updates and things like that to help enhance the experience of the viewer, as well as keeping more people safe. Let's just say one day I am too busy to talk, I'm on a storm and I'm too busy to talk, because sometimes that happens over here. Sometimes I get locked into a chase. I got to be eyes on the road, eyes on the sky as much as possible, and I can't have my eyes on the computer as much as possible. So having extra stuff on the screen without bombarding the screen enough to like kill the view, the more information on the screen at times like that is helpful for the viewer to know what's going on without waiting on me to say it, or having to go somewhere else to find out the information. So it'll be something that'll be really nice if I get that ball rolling in the right way. Yeah, Chris, Noah's awesome. Sue, I'm an Android lover by heart. I love my Androids. And Justin says, fingers crossed. Let's look and see if... That storm looks healthy out there, Justin. I don't see any lightning detected with it, but I can run a new lightning scan on that to see if there is. Let me see. Because your app might be correct. I just don't have this thing turned on yet. Let me see. That storm south of Martinsville in North Carolina, that one is still severe warned. It still looks healthy. The one just northeast of that one, that's literally going through Halifax, I think it's the one you're talking about, Justin, it's going towards South Boston. That storm looks beautiful. Like, I wish that was over here. That storm looks gorgeous. My lightning detection is on. I can put it to an interval of 30 minutes. Okay, I do see some lightning. I do see some lightning symbols in some of these scans. Mainly the one I'm seeing is in Blackstone. Dude, we might actually have a storm. Let's not jinx it, but it's still so far away though, dude. Yeah, it is, just that's what I was just saying. It's so far away though, just to get to you will take over an hour, right? Depending on which one you're talking about. If you're talking about the Charlotte courthouse one or the Halifax one, that is an interesting looking special weather statement, by the way. If anybody's using the Radar Mega app right now, let me show y'all what it looks like here. What an interesting, hold on, let me turn this like this. What an interesting polygon here. Like, it's shaped like this. That's our that pink you see right there, that's our special weather statement polygon. Okay. What are they doing? But when I say we might have a storm, look at this beauty. That one is starting to get a bit of hail. Maybe hail. I don't know. It could carry some hail in there. Very, very deep DBZs on that storm there. Looking quite healthy. This is the one I'm talking about that I was looking at. And then when I said we might get a storm soon, is this one here.
See, you have a lightning detection on it. This is the past minute. We do have a lightning detection on it, which is a good sign because it wasn't on there in the past 2 scans. So with that one, this storm could be showing signs of organizing. That one's moving through the Blackstone area. Let me see something real quick. There's no way. Something's not right. I mean, these look healthier than these. Yeah, I don't know. Personally, I think this storm looks a bit more serious than the one that's special, or the one that's severe warned currently. It still looks nice. It still looks healthy, but I don't know. My eye is on this one, really. Do you see that? Do you see that interesting hook right there? You see that interesting hook right there? This would be like if this end up becoming cyclonic, it would be like an anticyclonic storm. Or that, if it didn't like not becoming, if it started rotating, it would be like an anticyclonic storm, rotating the opposite direction. Looks insane, but I don't know if that's what we're looking at. That just looks strange. It's that shape there, that little hook. It's cool looking. It's a very nice looking storm though. Very healthy, very beautiful looking storm. That one could go severe warn soon. Let's get our radar back up there. These were the ones I was talking about possibly having a storm come in soon. We'll see. We'll bring up the Wakefield Tower. Yeah, I mean, we could have something soon. We could have something soon. Blackstone, not too far away. I don't know, Justin. I'd say maybe an hour, maybe less. Yeah, but that that one right there looks just incredible to me. A little reverse supercell looking action there. I don't know. It looks neat. I think it looks pretty neat. Let's say these are moving at 40. Are you not going to give me the measurement? Come on. But it says about 51 minutes. It says if the storm is moving at 40 mile an hour, it says about 51 minutes. That would be in the area. Petersburg in 51 minutes, it says. So less than an hour. If it stays together. Now, if you want to know about this big storm over here, Justin, going towards Lawrenceville, this storm will be there in about an hour and a half. No, stop. No, stop. There we go. I don't know. We will see. Keep our eye on it. Let me check it. That's very true. Can't wait to build radar. That would be something if you did that. Chris going to sleep? Didn't see his message. How are you going to do that? I'm curious to know how you're going to do that, Panther. let's get to the Dinwiddie area. So you're basically gonna make a dowel. Night Rider says, "What are the chances we're getting hurricanes this year?" I'm not the hurricane guy. I'm just starting to get into the hurricanes. I don't know much about them. But if you scroll up to Rich, the moderator's chat above, he was given a synopsis about what he feels like will happen this year with hurricanes on the coast. And he's very knowledgeable when it comes to tropical systems and that kind of thing. So he's the man you want to speak to. And if you want to know more detailed information about that going down the line as time goes on, I would definitely recommend joining our Discord server, where Rich gives updates all the time about that kind of thing.
Hiker, what's going on? Where are you at, Hiker? You said that the forecast busted? Because I got news for you. It busted here too. I've been driving around for 6 hours, not seeing a rain shower. But I'm not surprised with these outlooks this year. I'm going to be honest with you. Not surprised anymore. Like, I feel like now I have to, like, only plan on going live in Virginia for enhanced risk days. Because even enhanced risk days over here are going to validate to a marginal. It's almost like slight risks are not even going to do it anymore. Salem, VA. Yeah, y'all had a nice storm earlier I was looking at, but yeah, other than that, it was really nothing much. Nothing severe. I think I've only seen one severe thunderstorm warning in Virginia today, and that was right on the state line. And as I'm driving, come on, dude, go. Go. As I'm driving towards the Dinwiddie area now to hopefully get in front of this thing, I'm looking at the scans on it now too, and it doesn't look like it's gonna hold itself together. So I might be driving out here for nothing as well. We'll see. Sorry that you got timed out with all the emojis. Nightbot is a little strict. I'm sorry about that. What's up, Kay? Samantha, I'm sorry that your message got timed out by Nightbot. These scans do not look good. Like, I don't even know if it's worth even driving over here. Let me know what y'all think, guys. Should I just pack it up for the night, or are these even worth going down to? Like, they don't even. It just doesn't even look good anymore. As I'm starting to drive further and further, they don't even look good anymore. I need to make a decision. He's very sad, Panther. Very sad. 0 for 3. 0 for 3, guys. That's what I'm thinking too, Goat Farm. I mean, like, I'm looking at the scans. It just looks like it's starting to rapidly decrease, become weak by the minute. And as I'm driving further and further, I'm like, I got a long way to go down Boynton Plank Road to get in front of what could just be sprinkles, like you said. Yeah, and the new scan just came in. It does not look good. It just does not look good. Nothing about it looks good. Okay, so hold on a second. I really want to just call it, but looks like there's a bit of a boundary that's coming off of the storm that's going towards McKinney right now. There's a bit of a boundary to the north of it that a blip just basically trailed and is becoming a bit more and more by the scan. I'm looking at the past few frames, and it just on the third
or the fourth frame. Yeah, I mean, what do you say, guys? Do we wait a little bit longer, or do we just go? Do we just call it? Because if this one does anything, it'll smack right into us. I can look at the timing on this one again, just to see how long it would take to get here. If the storm is moving about 40 miles an hour, let's see. Boom, 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 boom. It'll take an hour to get here. Knight Rider says wait. Panther says trust your gut. You're on the way home from work? I seen your message about how your day went, Kay. I know it seemed like you made some decent money, but I'm sorry it wasn't all in cash. I know that you bank on those cash days. Hopefully tomorrow will be better for you. And please drive home safe. At least you didn't get off work and you had to deal with a bunch of thunderstorms. At least that's the positive side. Samantha also says wait. Trisha says depends on how tired you are. I'm not tired per se, but this is making me tired. Like the anticipating, waiting, and everything just dying by the time it gets here. But if anybody looks at radar, you can see there's a small little boundary that was trailing the storms that we were waiting on coming through Blackstone. And it spawned a little blip coming through Jetersville, heading just south of Amelia Courthouse, going right towards our direction. With the projected path of it smacking right into Petersburg, basically where we're at now, if it continues. But obviously, and it says we'll be here in 62 minutes. I tell you what I need to do. What I need to do, boredom making me tired. True. Samantha Lynn, thanks so much for subscribing. Appreciate that. I'm low-key trying not to fall asleep on my desk. Yeah, I feel you. Trisha says, do you work tomorrow? Go home, get rest and eat. I do work tomorrow, but I work at my own pace. I make my own schedule, so I can get rest. Rest is not a problem. That's why I've had streams that have been longer than 12 hours on this channel before. I've driven all the way to Pennsylvania and back in one day, like Western Pennsylvania, and back to Petersburg in a single day's time. I like being out here. I like doing it. Like, this is a passion of mine. I love it. It excites me. I just don't, like, I don't know. I don't want to just sit here and bore everybody in the chat. We're just sitting here driving around looking at nothing. What I need to do, guys, is I need to get out of the car and walk around for a bit. I think that's what I need to do. I need to step out of the car. I need to come up here for a minute, step out of the car, walk around, stretch my legs, stand up, get the blood moving again, take a couple hits off my nicotine pen, and then reevaluate things in a second. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Instead of just sitting in the car, I think that's making things worse for me. I think I can have a little bit more patience if I step out of the car and walk around. So once we get back up here in town, I will do that. Samantha says, I am from Buckingham County, Virginia. I've been up there before. I appreciate that, Trisha. Thank you. I'm glad that some of y'all are not bored to death in here. Like I said, if today wasn't a 2% tornado risk, I would have already called it a long time ago. 4 hours ago, I would have already called the chase off. Because on marginal days when they bust like this, I give up. But I want to provide any coverage possible. Anything we're to organize, I don't want to be at home
knowing that happened, and I was already out here like previously. Do I have a high confidence that anything will happen? I do not. Absolutely not. But I still want to just in case this is something that bothers me. The FOMO, I guess, right? The FOMO is what gets me. Get back up here to town. I will pull over, stretch my legs, walk around a little bit, and reevaluate what I'm going to do. Because just west of us, I mean, it's getting some good DBZ values on that little tiny blip. If it can hold together and continue to grow, it'll smack right into Petersburg. And we probably won't even have to go far at all for a thunderstorm. So we'll just see what happens. Hey, what's going on, Well? The problem is on marginal days, I don't plan on driving out far for things like that. So I usually just chase locally on marginal days in Virginia, like local where I'm at. And the only time I normally go live on marginal days is when something severe goes off nearby. Then I'll go chase that storm. I don't usually plan like lengthy drives and big chases like that unless there's like a level 2 or 3 or higher. So driving all the way to North Carolina tonight at 9:45 is not really in the cards for me at the moment, especially risking the fact that since we are under only a level 1 risk, I could just get all the way out there, a couple hours away, get all the way out there and not see a single thing. If this was a level 2 or 3 day, I would plan on going a little further. Let me just pull over in this parking lot and stretch my legs a little bit. Anybody else seeing that blip just south of Amelia Courthouse that I was talking about? It's getting stronger by scan. Let me look at the last 14 frames. I mean, it looks like it's trying to do something. Yeah, Go Farm, let me know how it is, but the one that's about to run right into you, it looks like it's starting to split up into 3 smaller storms, and they look weak to me. I mean, I know there's some DBZ value there, but they just look very weak to me. I don't know. They don't look like they're going to do nothing, but you might see some decent rainfall, which is good for where you're at, obviously, but we need it on a much bigger scale. This rain, we need the rain to be a lot higher, a lot bigger than just a little small portion of the county. But yeah, let me know. Keep me updated if you don't mind. Appreciate that. Let me get out and stretch my legs, guys. I do appreciate it. 340 likes on the live stream today so far, and over 4,350 subscribers. Well, that's not how much is gained today, but we did hit 4,350 subscribers on the channel. I appreciate that, and I do appreciate everybody getting us to 340 likes. That's huge. On a marginal day, that's huge. So thanks to all y'all for stop by the Eagles and have a beer, LOL. Look, hold on. I don't know what the Eagles is, but I got an Eagles hat on. Does that count? I don't know what the Eagles is. What is the Eagles, by the way? I probably shouldn't be parked like this. This car's about to run right into me. Never heard of the Eagles before. Is that in Colonial Heights? Let me pull over like this. Stretch my legs. Take me a little vape break too, guys. I didn't realize I didn't turn on the camera back around. I'm over here just like letting y'all see everything going on in the cockpit. What was that? This guy's walking a music box.
If this guy gets closer with his music box, I'm gonna mute the stream for a second because I don't want copyright. There's K right there pulling up. Let me mute the stream real quick, guys. Sorry guys, I had it muted. I'm sorry about that.
Hi guys. Hola. How are we doing tonight? The walkie-talkie is hanging all up in the ring. It's fun. Z's.
Yes, it's pretty much what it's been like all day. Z's.
Womp womp.
Drove all the way up to Midlow area, a little bit past Whole Street, back down here. Just been doing that all day. Not seeing a single rain shower.
I'm sorry. It makes you feel any better. It's kind of not fun to be at work either, so it's okay. Hey, ay. Okay, well, I want to go home, so peace out, guys. See you next time. Yes. Hola, Sonia. I'm so tired. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna go hit the couch. So, deuces, bitches.
Okay, I'm cool, bitches.
I was quoting Squishy.
Oh, yeah. She's quoting my niece.
Yeah, she's so funny.
She says, deuces, bitches. Love you too.
They say it's okay. Text me when you're on the road.
I will.
Okay?
Love you.
I love you. You're so cute, Squishy. Squishy. Bye!
Bye, love you.
I cut my finger today. I
I
don't
was
know
wondering
how.
why you have a band-aid on there.
I cut it and it was like bleeding out a lot. So,
How?
no, I don't know. I put hand sanitizer on my fingers and then it was burning and then I was like, oh, why is it burning? And I looked down and there was like crusty blood all over it and I went to wipe it off and it like opened it more and so then blood just started going everywhere. So.
And you have no idea at all where it could come from. You weren't cutting anything like lemons or anything like that? Nothing.
No.
Weird.
I don't know. But I love you, Mookie.
I love you too.
Adios, chat.
Okay, yawning didn't help.
Watch your ankles.
Watch your cankles.
Watch your cankles. Watch your mom's cankles.
She's goofy. I'm not going to turn the camera around. There's somebody over there. Adios. Yeah, I don't think this storm is going to do much either. Oh. Oh man, this is gonna go down in history for me as the worst bus day. No, I'm just joking. The obviously the moderate day in Virginia was the worst. Jeez Louise, what gives? I'm glad y'all enjoy my girlfriend because she has to deal with me and I have to deal with her. And on chase days, she's obviously in the car with us. If some of y'all are new here, that's my girlfriend. She chases with us a lot. Not as much as before, but she still comes quite a few times a year. Especially the big chase days that we plan, different states, you know, even other counties that are like hours away in Virginia. She comes in those chases. She's learned a lot from me, and she's learned a lot from me over the years, and she also has some knowledge in this stuff too. She helps me make good calls. She's got good gut instinct when it comes to some of these systems that we watch, and there's been some times she's put me in some good storms when I've doubted myself. So we like to have Kay in the car with us on chase days. I would be like, Panther, I need to get in one of those. That's what I need. That's what I would say. Thank you, Sonia. The house chaser on lower days? Yes, exactly. I don't roll these windows up because there's a guy that keeps walking by with a loud boombox. Like, the boombox is like the size of a toolbox. No, it's bigger than a toolbox. It's like the size of like a luggage bag. If y'all can think of like a luggage bag you take to like a airport. It's like the size of that. Almost like a suitcase, right? And it's got giant speakers on it with a bunch of lights all over it. And he's walking down the street just blasting his rap music. Like, just, I guess, for everybody else to hear it. I guess he thinks that everybody needs to hear his music. Instead of just like putting headphones in or playing the music on his phone and just listening to it. Because he could hear it if he just had headphones or like play it on his phone. But I think he thinks that the whole neighborhood needs to hear it. And he keeps walking back and forth past my truck with it. And just to, like, I'm not knocking the guy, whatever. If he wants to do that, it's his business. But while I'm live streaming, I have to make sure I'm trying to keep down the copyright. So I have to either mute my stream or I have to roll the windows up. So dude is straight out of 1985 then. He looks like, which is strange to me, which like I'm not judging anybody or knocking anybody, but the way he looks and what he's listening to me is not something you see in this area very often. Like, he is he's, I guess, what you would call in this area a redneck, right? Like somebody who like is really country, you know, wears camouflage, that kind of, like, that's what he's wearing. Like, he's like an older white guy with glasses and a big bushy beard. He's got a bunch of like camouflage all over him and boots on, and he's just walking down the street playing like the worst rap music I've ever heard. I love some hip hop music, obviously, but like there's some artists out there I enjoy listening to, but he's listening to something that you can't understand what they're saying, like the mumble rap, right? If y'all know what mumble rap is, that's what he sounds like he's listening to. It just doesn't look like it goes well together. But hey, to each their own. Like I said, I don't judge him. Fred Sanford, brother-in-law. Yeah, his name's Woodrow. He old country. That's sus. But yeah, guys, what a day. What are you gonna do, Panther? Laugh at him? What a day. I'm glad I got on here and got to chat with you guys and hang out with you. I mean, I know I'm not the only chaser out there that gets dealt with the day like today, but I'm glad I got to get on here and at least break the barrier. It's been a while since we've been live, really, and glad I got to get on here and chat with some of you guys and catch up with you. Let y'all all know still I'm out here kicking, still out here trying to get storms when we get them. Virginia's has been very slow. Not even about strong thunderstorms. It's just been slow. We've been in a drought. We've had no precipitation. It's just been like that over here. I fully expect next month, May is going to start kicking off, and I think we're going to have some really good storms. I play loud country to block out the rap. That's a strategy, I assume. They special weather statement the storm. Justin, I don't know if you're still in here, but they put a special weather statement on the storm getting ready to roll through your neck of the woods. That really healthy storm I was talking about.
Myrtle Bill says, hi, Dylan, man. I am sorry I missed your stream today. My bad. No, Myrtle Bill, you didn't miss anything, I promise you. I'm glad you came in here. I'm glad you showed up and said your piece. But you didn't miss much of anything today at all. How long have I been live, guys? What, 7 hours? I've been live for 7 hours, Bill. Been driving around, and we have not gotten a storm. We have not seen more than probably 5 raindrops on our windshield either. So, not just the fact that like I'm disappointed that nothing happened, but I was excited for us to get rain in Virginia. We need it bad. Like the drought is so bad that like I'm paying attention to it. I usually don't pay attention to stuff like that. I'm like, oh well, I got bottled water at home. Like we need it. We need it bad. Like Virginia's got tons of farms, and you know we rely on like tons of stuff here. Or we rely on a lot of rain here in the spring to help us with things in the future. Say to keep the pollen counts down, you know, and other things like that for farmers. And you know, obviously when we're a small town like Colonial Heights where I'm at, you know, we rely on water too. Like we need our rainfall, and it's just not been happening lately at all. So I'm not as much as disappointed about like not seeing storms today as much as I am disappointed that I feel like when days like this happen, I know you guys don't want to hear it because I say this a lot on the channel when we do have bus days. It still makes me feel like I waste y'all's time. You know what I mean? I know that some of y'all might not feel that way, and I know y'all mean the best when y'all say this stuff to me, but it's still not going to keep me from feeling like that. At the end of the day, when I get off the stream, I still feel like, wow, I went 7 hours and wasted people's time being in my stream for 7 hours to see nothing. Because at the end of the day, y'all are in here to see thunderstorms. So, all right, Bill, I'll catch you next time. Is that a Canon camera you have in your windshield? It is indeed a Canon camera on my windshield. Yeah, so this is my okay. I'll just show you my setup real quick since maybe you haven't seen my setup. Okay, so we have the mount for what runs the live stream feed on the road. Let me change this to a focus. We can go ahead and do that now. So this runs the live stream feed on the road. It's basically just a charging MagSafe case, very durable, very sticky. This runs the feed on the road. This runs navigation when I need it. So this is another MagSafe that I run a separate device on that keeps navigation up when I need it. This is my DSLR camera, ready to shoot when I need it to. Just flip that on. Make sure this is tightened down, and I can just on a swivel rotate it anywhere I need to. Right now it's on video mode in case I need to record video. If I don't need to record video, I just take a picture. I can just flip it over to camera mode, and I can obviously, you know, operate it as like a normal camera. That way, we have a light bar at the top here, just for roadside assistance or anything we need, or just to be seen easier. I have another light bar in the back there. This is a Starlink router. So the Starlink satellite dish sits on the top of the car, and it grabs the connection it needs from the satellites, provides it to this router. The router puts Wi-Fi throughout the vehicle. Right here we have let me turn it on because I haven't been using it in a bit, so no need to use it right now. I have a big power inverter that takes up pretty much the whole back seat or the back floorboard. Big power inverter for when I need it. Right here I have switches that control my lights and other things. So like if I click the switch, lights come on. See what I'm saying? What else am I missing? Just my Cobra walkie-talkie with NOAA weather radio. My laptop mount. This is where I usually keep the laptop at. Right now I'm just running the tablet the tablet today. I usually keep the tablet and the laptop in the car, but on a day like today, I don't really need to have Starlink and the laptop and all that stuff. So right now we just run the tablet at the moment on a day like today, and I have split views of different things. I can pull up Chrome anytime I need to, so I can get to pivotal weather or tropical tidbits, NWS website, whatever. If I want to get out of Radar Omega, I have my YouTube feed like that. I can see obviously that things are still updating here. I can look here, see where we're at on likes, viewers, you know, if my map is updating or not, how my feed is looking. There's chat here. If I click Radar Omega back up like this, boom, I can navigate this on a separate window. I can blow it up bigger if I need to. When I need to do split view for velocity and stuff like that. If I click this button here, boom, that takes me to my OBS controller. This controls my computer at home. My computer at home runs this whole entire operation. So I have a computer at home. That's a pre-built PC with 3 monitors. I run that at home to be able to do all this stuff with overlays and everything. And basically clicking any of these buttons has different things. So I can end the broadcast here. I can take a break here with that one. I can operate a automatic no signal switcher here. So if we run out of signal, this will turn on. I can start screen there. This is our feed. This button here is our feed. This one here is our end or start broadcast button. That kind of thing. And then there's other widgets and stuff at the bottom I can pull up for quick access, like Twitter, Instagram, if I need to provide an update real time, or Facebook, that kind of thing. But yeah, so that's pretty much how we operate in here on a simple basis. Just making sure everything's plugged in. Yeah. But yeah, that's, oh, and you can't forget my favorite thing in the whole car is this bad boy right here. My GoPro Hero Black. I will get another one of these, exact same thing. There's no screen on the back. There's no need for a screen. These things stay mounted on the outside of my car most of the time. But I'll get another one, and then we'll have 2 GoPros mounted on the outside of the car instead of 1. Usually this stays mounted on the outside of the car. Right now I have it on a stand, just in case. I like to have one of these with me just in case of anything. So I can just stick it up here and it can film, or I can stick it on the outside of the car, it can film. I can stick it right there, it'll film. Whatever the case is. But most of the time I like to keep these mounted on the outside of the vehicle. And what that ensures is that when we hit low signal areas, let me turn this back around. When we hit low signal areas, I can, for example, say if we've seen a tornado in front of us, right? Or something with some nice structure, maybe some hail, whatever that's pretty worthy of a video, right? A video shot. I can record and take pictures with this right here, but this does not shoot in 4K. Or it does shoot in 4K, sorry. Does not shoot in 5K. And it does not shoot at 120 frames per second. The GoPro, however, does. It's the best quality you can get as far as raw quality. So I still have other ways of recording. So not just is it on here on the device that y'all are looking at me through. If we hit low signal bandwidth, right, and the stream starts cutting in and out, and say there's a tornado in front of us, but it's choppy or blurry, it's not worthy of uploading if people can't really see it clearly, you know what I mean? Or having to screen record it and it just looked blurry because I'm screen recording from YouTube and I have my overlays in the way and stuff like that. This camera and my GoPro are the saviors when it comes to that. That's where I record with those with raw quality, no Wi-Fi needed, stuff like that. 4K and 5K. 4K and 5K. Different angles. This is on the dash cam. So this will basically provide the cleaner view of what y'all are seeing without any cell phone interruption, without any cell service interruption. And then the camera, the GoPro, is usually mounted somewhere else that will give us a different angle or a different view. And then when I get back from a chase, like a bigger chase, like obviously something that performed, then I take the 2 cards out of both of these cameras, put them into the PC, and then I go to editing.
and you know, obviously all that good stuff to make it look more appealing and get the full quality out of it. So that way when y'all see, like, okay, so for example, if I seen a tornado in front of us and y'all are like, hey Motley, did you get that tornado earlier that passed across the street, right? That went across the street on you. Did you catch it? Then people might say, no, his signal was cutting in and out. It was really choppy, so you couldn't really see it that well. After the chase is over with, if you give me about 48 hours, I can provide a cleaner video shot of the exact same tornado and the exact same view that we had, except it won't be dumping in quality. So that's what I keep this for, mounted on the dash, or not the dash, but up here in the windshield. This is going to give us the exact same look as what you're getting when I face the camera back towards the road. And then this one is just going to be for a different angle. So I like to be ahead of the game with that. And then I'm also going to get, like I said, I'm going to get another Hero 11 black. I'm going to get another one of those, and it's going to be mounting the back. So I'll have one GoPro facing the front, one GoPro facing the back. And both will be mounted on the outside of the vehicle. They're both waterproof, basically. I can take it and dump it into a pond and film fish swimming around. I've done it before. It doesn't affect it. It's held up many thunderstorms I've been in. Surprisingly, I've been in so many storms. I chased two winter storms in Virginia recently with the GoPro mounted on the outside, and the only complaint I had with it was with the heavier snowfall, the snow will sometimes cake up on the front of the lens, and I might have to get out every once in a while and wipe it off. But other than that, great quality. It never skips a beat with how it performs, and I love it. So I need a second one, and we can have one facing the front and the back. Thunder nearby, yay, Justin. Yes, I know you got yeah, a pretty healthy storm moving your direction, or in pretty much in your town now. The South Hill one looks a little bit better, so give it about another 15 minutes, you might have a better storm on your hands. We, however, have been waiting for this storm coming out of Amelia Courthouse to get over here, and it just still looks weak. It's going to die out before it gets here. So I'm basically just in a yappy mood right now, and I'm kind of just giving y'all gave y'all a little car tour. I know some of y'all have already seen the car, but which button launches the torpedoes? I haven't installed that yet. Myrtle Bill says, "Wow, Dylan, that looks awesome. Man, you have been busy." I'm telling you, when I haven't been like chasing this off season, I have been putting a lot of work into this stuff, a lot of money and a lot of work into this stuff to get to where I'm at today, so I can provide a better experience for everybody. And like I said, there's still more stuff in the background that I'm working on. But yeah, as far as like getting a new car, new equipment, revamping overlays, trying to find the best way to run everything so that way it is not cluttered in here. It looks like I'm just not taking care of my rig. Like I do what I can to obviously provide a better experience for everybody, and myself included. Like I said, I take this seriously. I really do take it seriously. That's why y'all see me get like bummed on days like today where like nothing happens, because I put a lot of time and effort and you know, passion into this, just to sometimes come out here and see nothing. It's almost like we chased on a non-chase day just to ride around and talk. Because somebody out there, I promise you guys, somebody out there, it's happened many times on this channel, will come into my stream after it ends, probably about 24 hours from now, or within the week, will come into this stream, mark my word, and they will watch it all the way through, right? Or maybe just halfway through, and be like, wow, why did you go live, dude? That was dumb, or something like that. I've had comments like that before. Why did you even go live? It didn't do anything. Well, how am I supposed to know? You think I can? You think I'm a genie? You think I can just like I'm a fortune teller? So it's just one of those things. So now I have to put specifically in the titles, like bus day as it happened or something. So that way when people click on the title, they know that, hey, you're probably about to rewatch a stream that had nothing happen at all. So thanks, Bill. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Rich, let's do that. Actually, let's do that. Sorry, I just seen your message. Wait, do I even have Discord on my tablet? Let me see, Rich. Give me one. I do have it on here. I do have it on here. Give me one moment. Okay, so I'll share with you what Rich said, guys. Okay, so he basically says we have a super El Nino forming, likely one of the top 5 strongest in recorded history. The sheer El Ninos tend to create kills tropical threat on our shores. So basically, what he's saying is like wind shear that we have to do, that we deal with shreds apart, right? The shear, would just shred the tropical storms apart from El Ninos. Basically, what he's saying. He thinks that 2026 will be another year with no hurricanes on the shore, which is a very big possibility, given what he's saying. The main thing that could possibly override that is the South American. How do you say that, Rich? Gar? I never know how to say that. If that fires up, then the bets are off. I also think total tornadoes for the year will be below our yearly average. I, however, think we will likely see some monsters this year. That I do agree with. I do agree with that part. Because I know a little bit more about that stuff. As far as the tropical stuff, you're teaching me something. He says if I can figure out tech-wise, I might just do a video on the hurricane season forecast. Might be a bit easier. Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, so let's share this right here, and you can tell us what you're looking at if you want, Rich. Let me put this back on autofocus. So this is something he put together. Obviously, I see dates on the left-hand side there, and then the months at the top, pretty much like a spreadsheet. Okay, so I'm kind of reading it now. Average tornadoes for these years are over on the right side. The total for the year, on average, you have from EF1s to EF5s, and then total U.S. hurricanes on average. Okay, I see what you're doing. If anyone wants to screenshot that, go ahead. That way when Rich talks about it, you can kind of follow along with it. But I am going to screenshot this as well, even though I know I can just go back into your chat. But I think it'd be easier if I need to look back on this for any reason, because I'm curious how this will pop up when it comes to hurricane season. Like I said, you're teaching me something with that.
why was she talking to that dude like that? There's a dude walking down the street here, and the lady was riding in the car past him. Like, look, it's just this dude sitting here walking. I don't know if y'all heard that. And she said, hey, and he didn't even like wave back or anything. And then she goes, okay, F you too. Like, what? People are crazy around here. All right, sorry guys. I was looking at Rich's thing, trying to figure it out as much as possible. Just trying to like learn that little spreadsheet that he has. Let me see what. Let me catch back up the chat here. Okay, the S and the W make sense now. What's up? Okay, LOL. How you doing? I knew what the EN and the LN meant. Go Farm says you are in Petersburg. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I guess you got a point. That guy's walking by again with that boombox, man. Samantha, I hope we get that rain. I really do. I really do hope we get that rain. Also, Rich, thanks for providing that too. I hope people screenshotted that. If you also want him to go more deep dive into it, or like provide that screenshot somewhere public where you can look at it, so you know about possible like forecast. I wouldn't necessarily say forecasted tornadoes or hurricanes, but predictions of what the season could look like upcoming. I tell you, like, Rich has been in here for a long time. Over a year now, and he's provided so much material when it comes to like tropical systems. Like I said, I'm new to hurricane chasing and things like that. I'm starting to get into it more. I'm more of like, I'd rather be out here chasing thunderstorms, but I want to cover everything, so I'm learning more about tropical stuff. I'm not the guy to talk to about that kind of thing. I have friends and family that sometimes talk to me about hurricanes all the time, and I'm like, guys, I probably know as much as you do about hurricanes. And they're like, there's no way, you're a storm chaser. I'm like, yeah, but like, I don't have a lot of experience chasing hurricanes, so hence I've never gotten into like learning about them as much. All my experience and knowledge and stuff comes from storm spotting classes all the time. Like, I do those multiple times a year just to keep my knowledge up. Tons and tons of YouTube videos, watching tons and tons of other storm chasers that are more experienced than me. Safety videos on how to chase. What clouds are what, and what they mean with like different levels in the atmosphere of like for example, gravity waves, Kelvin clouds, learning all these different things. Like, that's what I nerded out about growing up as a kid in science, and as I got older and got into storm chasing. I took up all this knowledge and stuff, learning about what I can apply out here in the field when I leave my front door and say there's a thunderstorm. But being so close to the coast and being a storm chaser, I do feel I should provide updates on the coast too, because they are still obviously threatening, and they are on a much bigger scale. And as I've started to learn over the many years I've been chasing now, it's like I said, since like 2017, 2018 is when I first started. You know, that's almost 10 years. But I've only been chasing on YouTube for like 2 years. But what I've started to like notice, learning about all this stuff, is that like hurricanes still cause tornadoes, right? So they kind of go hand in hand. So that's why I started kind of making me take up the interest of like, okay, I need to start paying attention to more tropical systems, because if I also want to cover more tornadoes, I need to also cover more tropical systems. And being that I'm so close to the coast, it only takes me an hour to get to the beach, or about an hour and 30 minutes. It takes me about an hour and 30 minutes to get to the beach. We've been to the coast many, many times on this stream, on this channel. We've been to the coast many, many, many times. I'm sure a lot of y'all remember. We've gone there for hurricanes. Hurricane Aaron, we went there for Hurricane Aaron coverage last year. Which is really the only significant thing that hit us last year as far as the tropical system. And I've been out to the Hampton Roads area many, many, many times chasing thunderstorms.
tornadic thunderstorms. I'll go out that way all the time. I just take 460 east, take you all on the drive. We go out to the coast. We actually went to Sandbridge a couple months ago for a winter storm. So we spend a lot of time on this channel out in the coast, and if we're going to do that, we might as well cover hurricanes too. And I do want to see this channel go that way, or go that direction in the future, chasing many more hurricanes, even possibly going all the way as far as Florida for a future. Like, say if we have a significant hurricane that makes landfall in Florida, I want to learn enough to be comfortable with driving all the way down to Florida, which is like 9 hours away or something, 8 or 9 hours away, and providing coverage. That's the way I see it. So I'm trying to learn more about it. But as I learn it, Rich has been providing great information, great material for me to learn a little bit about, especially last year when hurricane season was going on. A lot of stuff that he was providing was helping me a ton. So if any of y'all want to learn any of this stuff and are taking up an interest in it as well, you can join the Discord. Rich puts hurricane and tropical forecasts up there all the time. I may just do a video and post it to Dylan's Discord. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. The dirty side of hurricanes certainly can cause a ton of tornadoes. Yeah, if I'm not wrong, I'm pretty sure it's the eastern portion of the hurricanes, right? Rich? It's the eastern part of the hurricanes that cause tornadoes, correct? If I'm not mistaken. We're gonna get up out of this area. It's getting a little shady, guys. We're gonna get up out of this area. We can go ahead and head back in the area. Where did you grow up at in Colonial Heights? Batman, I didn't grow up in Colonial Heights. I grew up in Chesterfield. I moved to Colonial Heights about 4 years ago. Yeah, so Rich, that would be my most interest. That would be my biggest interest. When it comes to tropical systems making landfall anywhere, whether it be Virginia, Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, anywhere like that, that's probably going to be my primary target. So if anybody sees me on the right edge of a tropical system ever in the future, you know what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to find those naders. Those are not the best naders to mess with anyway, though. Those are just really quick spin-ups, and some of them can be very violent. Some of those hurricane tornadoes, they can be, the ones that spawn off of hurricanes, those can be very violent, and they sometimes are just so quick. Some of them drop down and lift back up in between radar scans too. So some of them go unnoticed. There's no telling how many tornadoes have ever spawned off of hurricanes or tropical storms and have went unnoticed, because they can be so brief. A lot of times radar scans will be within a period of like 3 minutes, right? And sometimes a tornado, 3 minutes, if you count out 3 minutes to yourself right now, it actually takes a long time to get to 3 minutes, more than you think it does. Sometimes the tornadoes can just briefly spin up and then lift before that next scan even comes about. And that can be dangerous too. That's what makes the tornado threat from hurricanes so dangerous too, is because you just never know. What's up, Kim? Northeastern, to be more specific. Yep, exactly. I do know about that. Yeah, the northeastern parts of hurricanes and tropical systems, tropical storms, tend to have the highest threat of tornadoes. Or really the best chance of tornadoes, yeah. The good old boulevard, exactly. Those quick spin-ups like that are common with hurricanes, exactly. Exactly. And like I said, they just go, sometimes they go undetected because the radar scans are just, you know, the scans are sometimes 3 minutes apart, and a quick tornado like that can just, you would never see it. Did you bust today, hun? Yes, Kim, unfortunately. That was an interesting question the way it came across, but yes. Yes, the forecast busted in this area. I'm going to say it that way. The forecast in the area busted, and yeah, I drove around for 7 hours, 7.5 hours for nothing. But whatever. I'm glad that we got to chat. We got to catch up with the chat. We did get 358 likes on this broadcast, almost 360. That's a huge number for us on a marginal day. And we did hit 4,350 subscribers on the channel. So that's a little milestone that we hit, and I'm thankful for that. But I am going to pull over here because I am close to home. I'm going to pull up over here and tell you all good night or good morning wherever you're watching from, and hopefully I will see y'all in the next one that's not going to be like this. I guess I'll know now. I've learned my lesson many times over the years. I should know by now if there's overcast when I wake up on a marginal day, just to stay my ass at home. Because I give myself the benefit of the doubt. I'm like, oh, this is 2% tornado risk today, and you know, like the SPC is still saying that there's a chance for the overcast to, you know, disappear and we get some daytime heating, but it's just, I should know by now. I should know better. But yeah, guys, basically why I'm calling it is because, yeah, the forecast busted. If you look down at the on the radar that we're looking at the bottom left, right next to my little picture icon where we're at in Petersburg, just to the west of me, there's these little tiny reflectivity blips that popped up. That was much bigger as it was moving this direction. I gave it another hour. I was about to call it an hour ago, but I gave it another hour to see if the storm would organize and become a little bigger by the time it got here, and maybe we can see some lightning bolts or something. I don't know. Gave it a benefit of the doubt. Obviously, nothing happened. Dude, this looks bad in here. Like, I look like a pothead. It's just my vape. It's just my vape, my nicotine vape. But I blew it all in here, and it's just staying in my car, and I can see it on the camera. It looks kind of weird, but yeah, as it got here, it fell apart again, just like everything else has today. So we're gonna call it, and we're gonna try on the next chase day. Let me just take a look while I have y'all on here. I think it's gonna be very quiet already. I think it's gonna be very quiet for the next, like, what, week, I think, of severe weather. But we'll look at the National Weather Service's website, see what the SPC has outlined for the week ahead. Okay, so yeah. Okay, what I say? Look at the valid. Look at the valid today. This is what validated today. General thunderstorms. No tornado. No wind. No hail. Earlier today, everything over here was outlined for tornado, hail, and wind threat. Yeah. It's just, I mean, you can't make this up, dude. But yeah, so interesting. But anyway, tomorrow what it looks like is basically pretty clear everywhere. Nice weather pretty much everywhere. Some general thunderstorm, some spring pop-up storms down from like Florida all the way up here into these areas. I mean, it's just
not a whole lot much of going on in anything really. And then you got a little marginal threat down there in Texas. Yeah, no tornado threat there. Everything's below 2%. They're not confident on anything but hail and wind basically over there in Texas for some small thunderstorms. And then we have, for the day 3, another Texas threat, a little small Texas threat. Yeah, basically that's probably going to be wind driven. Florida Panhandle, we'll get a little something. Yeah, so it doesn't look like we're going to be dealing with much. It's going to be quiet pretty much everywhere. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's going to be pretty much quiet for a while. So, why am I pulling that up? I need to pull this up. Don't give me that right now. Thank you. All right, so, yeah. That's pretty much what we're looking like. I don't know when the next time we'll be live, but I know that May should start ramping up. I would say the second week of May. Probably the end of the first week of May. So if you want to join my socials or join Discord to get any updates from me if I'm going to go live soon or not. But I think that it'll be like the end of the first week of May or the beginning of the second week of May will be like right around that region is probably when we'll have the next chase day. And it should be a lot better than this. Should be a lot better than this. Not talking marginal day either. But other than that, guys, that's all I got. All right, y'all. I'm gonna send y'all over to the bye-bye screen. Until next time. I appreciate everybody for joining. I appreciate everybody for liking the stream today, getting us over 360 likes, and getting us to almost 4,360 subscribers. We're only one away from that. I appreciate everybody's patience today with driving around for almost a full work shift. Almost 8 hours we've been driving around and not seeing anything, so I appreciate everybody's patience today. Hopefully we don't have many more days like this because we are now 0-3 for chase days, and we just started. This year we're already 0-3. On top of that, I want to thank everybody for being kind and supportive in the chat, and I do want to thank the moderators for keeping everything clean and doing a great job as usual. I do appreciate y'all as well, more than you know. So thanks again, everybody. I will catch y'all next time. And yeah, peace.